Some doors should stay closed, but on Paranormal M, we open them. Every creaking, cursed, blood-chilling one of them. Subscribe. Find out what's been waiting on the other side. Paranormal activity at 9 p.m. It was the end of the week. I was in kindergarten, and Friday had finally arrived. I was looking forward to this day, because it marked the close of something special. That night it was 9 p.m. My parents had just picked up my brother from boarding school and a football game. We all went out for a casual dinner at a Chinese buffet, laughter and stories filling the air. The night stretched on, and as the clock struck midnight, the excitement of the day still lingered around me, making it impossible to fall asleep. I drifted off in my dreams full of the adventures waiting for us over the weekend, laughter, games, and maybe a trip to the park. But then something strange happened. My dad made a last stop at the small, sort of tucked-away shack, kind of place you'd find in Little Mexico. He carries me inside and sets me gently on a table in front of a woman I would never forget. Her eyes were completely white, but somehow she saw everything clearly. Her hair was pure white and a veil draped over her head. Inside that room she began to perform a spell on me. I woke up to her long, unsettling fingers stroking my face. She whispered to my father, "She's beautiful." The room around us started to tremble and lift off the ground like the world itself was shaking. Each time I woke, my father told me, "Go back to sleep, you're dreaming." Sometimes, after carrying me to the car, he'd bring a candle inside with him if I refused to go in. And this happened more than once, like a strange loop of dreams and half-waking moments I just couldn't escape. Every time I look for this place, it's completely gone. It's not even on any websites or anything. It's like the little shack never existed. Each time I ask my father, he completely dodges the question and brings up another subject. He stares straight ahead and turns the TV volume all the way up and, well, loud as it goes. Spoiler alert, there's tons of places not on the internet. And just because it's not on the internet doesn't mean it never existed either. Nine and 20 miles today. My ancestors were of Egyptian and Native American descent. They immigrated to the U.S. from Mexico, where my grandfather was born. They eventually settled in a small country town in Texas. My grandmother came from a large family, which included her mother, father, and 4 brothers. Growing up, she often told me about waking up with mysterious bruises on her body, with no memory of how they got there, and no one ever had an explanation. One time, while playing outside with some of her relatives, something strange happened. Her cousin suddenly appeared at the door on the other side of the house, as if he had teleported. Her father, my great-grandfather, worked long days in the fields, and one evening he came home, laid down to rest, and passed away in his sleep. There was no explanation. He had been healthy and wasn't sick. My grandmother used to say he kept a rope with him to catch witches and aliens he believed roamed the ranch at night. After his death, my grandmother left that house and the whole town behind. In 1968, she gave birth to my father. From an early age, he was unusually advanced. By the time he was 5, he was already winning awards, and at 6 he had developed a strange ability to manipulate situations, even talking his way out of trouble with adults and authority figures. In 1986, my father and his friend were walking to the nearby KFC. They were on Main Street, but somehow ended up back at the same stop sign they had passed 30 minutes earlier. Never spoke about it again. My grandmother was once visiting a friend in jail, and while driving down a rural road, she and her companions experienced something unexplainable. A beam of light appeared above them. She claimed it lifted their car off the ground. She never spoke about it until my sister asked her. One night in October, during late 1970s, my dad came home and suddenly began slurring his words. He claimed he was able to crawl along the walls as if something had taken control over his body. His eyes rolled back into his head, and my grandmother stood frozen and paralyzed, unable to move or process what she was witnessing. Then his neck twisted all the way back in a way no human body should ever be able to move. Once again, he never spoke about it. In the 1990s, my mom had trouble having my sister. Then one day, she said my sister was just born, almost as if it happened without explanation. I'm sure that's not the case. Both my sister and brother were born sometime in the 90s, yet there's no baby pictures or hospital records or clear timelines, only their presence, and probably a C-section. In 2001, my mom became very sick. She couldn't get out of bed, and no one knew exactly what was wrong. Miraculously, my sister and brother healed her simply by patting her head and hugging her. In 2003, my grandma woke up with mysterious bite marks all over her body. There's no explanation. The year 2008 arrived, and I was born. My mom said it took 8 years for me to come into this world. I was born on a Sunday, and outside rain poured down with thunder rumbling throughout the sky. When I was brought home, my mother was immediately scared because I was able to pinch and grab my great-grandmother. I wasn't even close to 1 year old, yet I was already potty trained and could talk like an 8-year-old. In school, I was ahead of the other kids. And here I am, I just peed on the doctor. I was 5 years old when I began to see witches and aliens. One of the witches resembled my mother, tall with a cystic smile and very sharp nails. Cystic? The aliens I saw were as tall as the ceiling, with black skin and faces that seemed to drip downward like melting shadows. I just stared at them, and they always held out their hands, and after seeing them, my life was never the same. Every kid who messed with me suddenly found their arms broken or believed to be cursed for the rest of their lives. One night in high school, I couldn't sleep, and I remember waking up to find myself levitating in the air, my arms crossed tightly over my chest. Ran to my parents' room scared, but they were too sleepy to understand what was happening. The next day, my dad told me he had experienced the same thing when he was a teenager. One night in high school. I'm a little bit confused. I've always been extremely beautiful, and I've had the gift of being a guardian angel to people I've befriended. And one night before Christmas, while my family was sick, a red and green light shaped like a large disc appeared outside. The very next day, my family was mysteriously cured. My cousin was sentenced to 10 years in jail, but was released the very next year. No one ever explained how he got out. At school, I wasn't so lucky, and out of nowhere, I met one of my cousins. Didn't even know we were related, and it kind of scared me. But he protected me through everything. When I'm alone, my mouth begins to snarl for no reason. Sounds like some kind of alien. What? I'm 16 years old today, and sometimes I wonder, what am I really? I never know you, and you'll never know me. We will never meet. And with time will come experience and wisdom and knowledge, and hopefully more understanding. What was standing in the road that night? I had this really strange experience a couple of years ago when I was driving home from my boyfriend's house. He lived away out in the country at the time. Very dark. You could go miles without seeing a street light. And in the middle of the road, I saw in my headlights this dog standing with its back to me. Didn't really seem too unusual. I slowed down, and my next turn was coming up soon anyway, so I just eased on by it. This is when things get kind of freaky. The dog stood still and didn't move its body, but just turned its head to look at me. And I swear, this dog had the face of a human. I mean, there was nothing remotely dog-like about that face. It looked right at me. It was like a man's face had been stretched over the front of its head and just stared at me as I drove past. My stomach sunk and I sped off. Didn't really know how to react. It just felt like I had seen something I really wasn't supposed to see. I could see it in my rearview mirror until darkness took over. I was so freaked out that I missed my turn and I had to backtrack. I called my boyfriend right after and told him what happened, and he was pretty freaked out too, but not really surprised. He tells me that all sorts of strange things happen in that swampy rural area, especially at night. And he has his own unsettling stories from growing up there. I've driven that road many times since, and I've never seen anything like it again, but I can't forget the look on its face. Has anyone else ever had any experience with some sort of human-faced dog? I have no idea what this was, but it felt really ominous. I still feel a bit sick when I think about it. Light as a feather, stiff as a board. This happened when I was around 14 years old in my 8th grade classroom. My sister's class had merged with ours that day, though I don't remember the reason. The students started talking about the game. Sort of curiosity, they headed to the back of the room to try it out. They chose a girl named Elizabeth to be in the center. She had been my school bully in 7th grade, but stopped picking on me after my friend confronted her. My sister remembers peeking into the coat room and seeing Elizabeth on the floor while everybody knelt around her. She freaked out and quickly returned to her seat. A few of us remained seated because we didn't want to participate. I knew not to get involved with that kind of stuff at the time. I looked behind me and I saw everybody was looking at Elizabeth. They all began chanting, light as a feather, stiff as a board. I faced forward, feeling uneasy, and the air felt heavy, and the repeated chant was ingrained in my mind. It was as if I couldn't cancel it out. A moment later, I hear Elizabeth scream. It felt as if an invisible, powerful force had been released, and the lights began to flicker. I didn't see what happened, but everybody immediately stopped. I wonder if she screamed because she felt her body levitate, and she panicked. I guess I'll never know since I didn't ask. Have any of you experienced anything like this? Has anybody tried this levitation trick, and does it work? The oldest note account I found was from a diary of Samuel Pepys from 1633 to 1703. He mentions a friend of his seeing 4 little girls raise a boy with their 4 fingers while he was in France. Here's the English translation of the chant he heard them say from that diary. Here is a dead body, stiff as a stick, cold as marble, light as a spirit. Lift yourself in the name of Jesus Christ. So I've decided to sauge my apartment for the first time. S-A-U-G-E. I'm a 29-year-old male, and I realized today that 1 week and a half ago, I went biking with my friend. We needed a backpack, so he offered his, and I sure accepted. When opening the bag, I saw something at the bottom, some white thing that looked like bones at first. I asked him, and he told me it was sauge, S-A-U-G-E. He voluntarily gave it to me to burn and rid off bad spirit and negativity. Same day, but later after dinner, I was alone at my place and I was prepared to do it. I burned a small amount of sauge in each room, and I was shouting some religious belief and quotes that I've made up at the moment. At that time, my door was open to let the spirit, go away. A day pass, and take note that it was long forgotten and there's no activity in my home, and after that, nothing much. But 1-2 days after that, strange amount of days, I was so sick that I called my mom from 1-hour drive to come see me. I live alone. By the time she was there, I was so wet, freezing, and puking. I was not able to stand up and feeling dizzy and disoriented and shaking. She called the ambulance, and it was an emergency for them supposedly from my vitals. I was checked in immediately for free. Canada Healthcare. After numerous tests, blood, echo, radiology, etc., they didn't find a thing. I was quote-unquote all right the day after that. Now a week pass. I've told all my family and friends, etc., that I'm more happier these days and life full. I'm happy, and I was not since July. And today, after drinking my coffee, I realized, thinking about that moment and laughing about it. But this is a strange coincidence, LOL. I'm assuming you're French-Canadian. Weird black creature. Okay, so it's not at my house, but at a friend's, which honestly freaks me out even more because he lives closer to the mountains. Has maybe 2 neighbors, but they aren't too close. Anyways, so apparently he's had weird encounters since he moved to this house. So he says that the first encounter was about 2 months after he moved in. He slept in the furthest back room. Well, he hears stomping on his roof in there, and he has a CO2 detector in his room. Well, for some reason, a few days later, he was feeling kind of sick, and he wasn't actually sick or anything. Turns out that there was a gas leak in his room, and somehow something unscrewed his CO2 detector in the room. Next thing that happened was about 5 months after that incident. His big brother came over to sleep over and slept in my friend's room with my friend. Well, my friend has a dog bed under his bed for his dog, right? Right. Well, he's sleeping on an air mattress with his brother across the room from his bed. He sees this tall figure crawl out from under his bed, and it's too big and the arms are too long to be a dog. He sees it dart from under his bed outside his room. Now, even if it was just a hallucination, his brother saw it and stood up turning on the light. The two of them did not sleep the rest of the night. The third encounter happened recently, about 4, maybe 5 months ago. My friend, his mom, and his sister were at home watching TV when his dog started barking at the side of his yard. So my friend's house has a big backyard, but has a huge wall. Said it's maybe 6 feet tall. On the sides and on the back of his backyard, and on the edges, at the bottom of both ends, there's bushes and thorns. I'm gonna try to bypass the rest of the likes for you guys. Anyways, so his dogs are going crazy, so him and his mom go outside and see a really tall figure, a human figure, standing behind the wall. And the wall is 6 feet tall, so this thing has to be 7 feet tall or 8 feet. Anyways, his mom calls the cops, and cops show up, but the thing is already gone. The cops are searching for a while and find nothing. Other little things happen too. His dad was eating breakfast and heard 3 little taps when his dad tapped back on the table. It tapped back almost mimicking his tapping. Anyways, yeah. Anybody have an explanation for this? I don't know. Haunting in our home. It started when we first toured the house. I remember feeling an energy I couldn't explain, but we moved forward with the purchase anyway. Not long after moving in, strange things began to happen. My son and I would both hear something say hello a few times a week, even when no one was around. Then my son started mentioning something named Paul or someone, saying that he wasn't nice. And later, someone else he called Mouse. One night while sitting on the couch, I clearly heard a woman's voice say, "I want to take him too," coming from outside my son's room. I panicked, ran to grab him, and hid in the closet while my husband searched the house. But every door and window was locked. Being open to the spiritual side of things, I finally asked out loud, "Where do you want to take us?" A man's voice answered, "To hell." Then knocking started on the closet door. That night we all slept in our room and haven't stopped since. This happened months ago, and it marked the start of our journey. Eventually, we reached out to SPI, a paranormal investigation team. They've been studying our home and confirming much of what we felt. Their service is free, so it takes time, but they've been helping us work through this little by little. At one point, we honestly questioned our sanity. We were dealing with strange touches and covers being pulled off in the night, horrible nightmares, a constant sense of being followed and voices. Even my 3-year-old frequently blurted out, "Ghost here," without any prompting. After 2 visits, the team finally confirmed what we suspected, and more. These were the key points we took away from our first visit in the video evidence. 12 spirits reside here, possibly 13. One is from a darker place and poses a serious threat. The previous owner practiced witchcraft, summoning spirits and ultimately calling on a powerful entity to contain them, but not all were controllable. The real danger is a female spirit with a knife, believed to be a shape-shifting half-breed demon. Most of the other spirits want help. They don't want to be trapped here. Many appear to be Aztec spirits, which may explain the tribal masks and totems left behind. Paul, who was harming our son under the influence of the darker entity, was helped to cross over during the first investigation. The team believes the evil spirit may have brought in the replacement, potentially raising the number to 13. They're still investigating. They've communicated with spirits named Paul, Barbara, and Isaac, and others, and tonight. They plan to continuing trying to connect and help more to cross over. The proof was real, caught on video and audio, and the energy readings. The haunting traces back to the previous owner's son, who dabbled in things he didn't understand. It escalated until he lost control, resulting in a violent episode, shooting up our yard and neighbor's yard. That led to his arrest. His mother put the house on the market not long after, and now we're the ones here trying to clean up what was left behind. I'm not entirely sure what I'm really hoping to get by writing all this. Maybe just some comfort. Maybe to hear that we're not alone and others have gone through something like this or made it to the other side, or even got to keep their home. It's been scary and exhausting and confusing, but we're still here. I'm assuming that Paul, Barbara, and Isaac are not Aztec, and that if the person having the knife is Aztec, it is made of obsidian. Don't know if I would call that a knife exactly, though. Paranormal activities in my house. I've always been skeptical about paranormal stuff. Thinking a lot of it being fake or just stories on TV. But recently, I've experienced things that have completely changed my mind. For months now, strange things have been happening in my house, especially in the room where I sleep. Yesterday, around 3:30 a.m., I've heard a whispering voice right next to me, like somebody calling my name. And I was wide awake when it happened. My bed even started vibrating, which was weeks before, happening frequently. And at one point, my voice completely went out. And at one point, a week ago, blood appeared on the floor in the hallway. My mom saw it too and was just as shocked, really. It wasn't just a drip like a nosebleed. It was like it was sprayed or splattered and the blood wasn't from us. And I want to be clear, I'm not imagining this and I'm not schizophrenic or hallucinating. My whole family has never experienced anything like this, so I know this is real. My brother also had terrifying experiences in that same room, seeing a dark figure trying to pull his blanket away, demanding he quote-unquote say it. Didn't know really what to say, so he ran out screaming. And he's 17, not a child. And I'm myself 21. I believe these are demonic presences or mimics trying to get a foothold in our house. They're trying to scare us into saying yes or hello, but we refuse. We've rebuked them in the name of Jesus Christ and told them to leave. I've even prayed for protection and walked through every room in the house, blessing the spaces with prayer and the sign of a cross. I feel safer now, but I'm still cautious. My mom, who's a Buddhist, sometimes jokes or maybe even seriously says that she sent a ghost to scare my brother because he wasn't behaving. I don't know if I should really believe that or is just joking. Buddhists are interesting. Well, the real ones. Hypocritical, but interesting. Well, I guess everything is hypocritical and interesting, really. Man in my friend's spare room. This has stuck with me for years, 7 to be exact. My friend would always tell me about how the room upstairs at her house, where we would spend most of our time in, during high school and early years of university, was haunted by an elderly man. A not-so-nice one. I believed in the idea of ghosts, but had never had an experience or feeling of any sort. I was staying over at her house this one night, and it was just us two at her place. Started to hear what sounded like somebody scratching at the carpet. I asked my friend, "Can you hear that?" She responds with, "It's nothing, just ignore it." I, in fact, could not ignore this sound at all. Kept asking her about it. After 10 minutes of questioning the scratching, the desk drawer rolls open with basically just led to me completely freaking out. I looked over to turn to my friend and say, "Do you think we could sleep downstairs tonight?" She obviously agrees. We moved ourselves downstairs. We're downstairs, and all of a sudden these loud footsteps start coming from the stairs. My friend and I look at each other, and that look of, "Yeah, I heard that too." We just turned on the TV, had a little nervous giggle, and just cuddled up with each other. We fell asleep in the living room. I then wake up in complete sleep paralysis. Open my eyes, and this old man's on top of me laughing and trying to burn me with his cigarettes. I don't know if I'm in sleep paralysis until I tried talking to my friend, but I just couldn't. I ended up just closing my eyes and hoping for the best. Never had sleep paralysis before. When we woke up my friend's parents, they were then home. I explained what happened, and my friend's mom started asking me questions about what he looked like. That's all that happened to then states, He's been doing that to me for years. Freaked me the fuck out. After this, I never stayed at her house again. The experience had completely terrified me. She's thankfully moved out now. If somebody's trying to put cigarettes on you, or cigarettes out on you, hoping for the best is not the best move. The memory game. It's a creepy game that's been passed around, and I had different names over the years for it. For me, I received the game through Discord. This game may not be real, as it was a pass-down, but I thought it was worth a mention. If others want to try, well, apparently it is paranormal to an extent when I asked somebody about this. But when I tried it, I didn't really experience much. Gave me weird vibes, though. Technically, it seems it's also free entry to let spirits into your home. Also, based on the other person's response when I showed them this. Anyways, I've broken the game down into basics here. Without any further ado, what do you need to understand? This ritual isn't entertainment. Don't treat it like a dare or a joke. You are not summoning a demon or a ghost, you're calling to something much quieter and older. It doesn't come to scare you. It comes because you asked. Once it hears you, once it answers, you owe it something. If you don't give it what it wants, it won't leave. It stays and it waits and it follows you into your sleep. Needed items. An emotionally significant item. Something passed down, something personal. A letter, a ring, a photograph. It must carry real weight. Grief, love, or regret. An empty object means nothing, won't work. 3 candles. Black or white, no colors like blue or red, no sense. No substitutions unless somebody you trust gave you a version of this with different rules. Otherwise, don't improvise. A mirror. Clean, whole, no cracks. Preferably a bathroom mirror. This is where it crosses. Running water. A steady, quiet flow from a sink or a tub. It must be close to the mirror. A black ball. You'll need to place this over the item when water is running over it. Total darkness. No light except candlelight. Cover windows, power them electronics down. The darker the better. Turn off every light in the house if you can. You want nothing glowing. When to begin? Between 1 and 3 a.m., the space between days. Alone or with one trusted person. Only one person can speak. The one who speaks is the one it will follow. Perform this on a Thursday or Sunday, days associated with memory and spiritual return. Setting it up. Take everything into the bathroom. Turn off the lights, close the door. Place your item in the sink, directly, but pronounced correctly, which would sound like this. Directly under the faucet. Covered with a black bowl. Place one candle in front of the mirror, one on your left, one on your right, and light them. Turn on the faucet, wash your face, then leave just a slow, steady stream, barely enough to ripple. Face the mirror. Look into your own eyes. Don't look away. The chant. Whisper the following. Keep your voice steady and repeat it slowly for up to 33 minutes. If you need to pause, listen, but don't break focus for too long. Memini vos ab aqua venite, ostende voltum tuum, dolite vocem, memoriam mea medite, moriam mea medite, moriam mea medite. I remember you beneath the water. Come, show your face, take my voice, eat my memory, eat my memory, eat my memory. What happens next? If the ritual is working, you may notice the following. Knocking from the mirror or the walls, a voice whispering from the running water, one candle flaring or nearly going out, your reflection moving wrong and delayed and twitchy, the lights flickering the rest of the house even if they're off, a change in temperature, dampness, cold feelings, outside from the wetness on your face, hair on your skin standing tall, goosebumps. Nothing happens in an hour and the ritual. Blow out the candles and leave silently. Do not speak, until you're out of the bathroom. You may have let something else in and don't want to anger anything unwanted. Try again another night. If you do get a sign, it's with you now and it's attached and it's not leaving. Dreams. That night or the next you'll begin to dream of her or it, and you'll see a pale girl in a torn white dress, long black hair hanging over her face, places you know but broken and flooded and faded and wrong. Her knocking on walls, windows, and pipes inside the dream. She doesn't speak clearly, and her voice is low, and you'll hear Latin or something close. Unfamiliar dialects or word reverse possibly. Mumbles that just crawl up your spine. You'll see objects and symbols you don't understand, and these are clues. They tell you what she wants. Each night she becomes more distorted, and her eyes vanish and her movements loop. Her voice may seem to glitch or stutter, and her surroundings seem to rot. Then the knocks begin in your dreams. It is imperative if you hear knocks in your dreams to try and find where she or it is by following the sounds. Although you can experience them outside of the dreams, as well as other phenomena. The first knock means she's asking. The second means time is nearly out. The third is the taking. If you haven't found it in your dreams by the third knock, she doesn't leave empty-handed. She takes something small, a piece of memory, a face, a name, a moment. This also continues to happen outside of your dreams if you do not find the significant item being sought after. You won't even notice it at first. Over time, the dreams fade. Then your memories begin to slip. When you have the item it wants, you must wrap it in a black cloth. Seal with wax from a candle you used during the ritual. Then bury the item somewhere cold, dark, and damp, like near a lake or something as described. Then follow the closing ritual to get rid of the entity. What it feels like to fail. You eventually stop dreaming altogether. You forget words in the middle of speaking. People seem familiar, but you don't know why. Old photos don't seem like yours anymore. You feel disconnected from yourself, and the worst part is you might not even realize it's happening. People around you will notice before you typically, like saying things like, "You've changed and you don't remember anything. You're not you anymore." Well, all of that sounds a little bit relatable. How to end it, the reversal. As it is called, so must it be uncalled. What is bound in shadow must be returned to silence. You must undo it. You can't just ignore it and it won't go away. Do this. Go back to the same bathroom. Same candle, same object, same time, 1 to 3 a.m. Set it up just like before, but reversed. So candles reversed, bowl and object reversed, and yes, you will fill the bowl with water while object is in it. Turn on the water, light the candles. Stand in front of the mirror. If she gave you a name, say it. If not, stand in silence for 33 seconds. Then repeat this. Claudite aquam, silentium liquatur, emini mi ipse, vocem miem revoco, tu non es mia, tu non es mia. Close the water. Let silence speak. I remember myself. I reclaim my voice. You are not mine. You're not mine. Repeat this until the following happens. A candle extinguishes itself or attempts to. The faucet slows or shuts off on its own. Your reflection returns to perfect sync. You hear a breath, a knock, or a whisper. Lastly, turn off the water. Blow out the candles. Take the object, wrap it in a black cloth, drip wax from the candles onto the cloth to seal it, and repeat. Tu non es mia. You're not mine, another 3 times. Bury it or lock it away somewhere cold and silent. Do not destroy it, do not pass it on. Once it's sealed, your dream should return to normal. The presence will no longer be bound to you. And this isn't folklore, this isn't ancient scripture. There's no saints or demons here. It is the absence. The silent left when we forget something that once mattered. If you speak to it, it remembers you. Usually with these things, there's an upside and a downside, and I'm struggling to find the upside. Other than, well, stoking curiosity, of course. Was that Latin? Just seen this page recommended, so I'll share my own encounter story. Never posted it online. This is the only true paranormal event in my life. Had a couple of minor weird things happen before, but never actually see something. Thought I'd share online finally. So it must have been around 19 or 20. One of my friends, Jack, had a free house, and a few of the lads were there most of the night for a chill, maybe smoking some weed and playing some games. Until eventually, my other mates had gone home and I was staying here for the night. It was at this time when he was about to sleep. Jack had gone upstairs to his room and left an airbed downstairs for me. So I'm laying in this airbed on the side, about 97% darkness, about to try to go to sleep. And I rarely just fall asleep. Takes me a while. It's about 10-15 minutes after Jack had gone upstairs, and I'm staring at the curtains in this back living room and dining room in near pitch black darkness. I hear footsteps moving around upstairs. I'm thinking, oh, Jack must be doing something up there. The footsteps are moving downstairs now, and the door that was open ever so slightly opens, and a figure walks out. Proceed to look at me, then carry on walking to the kitchen. Now, I thought this was Jack in the dark at first, so I'm speaking to it going, "Jack, mate, you alright? You alright, mate? What are you doing?" All while ignoring me, all while still walking. Jack's cat was following it too. Anyways, by the time I realized it was just about to enter the kitchen, my body just froze and I shouted, "Jack! There's someone in your house." Thought it was a burglar. He rushed down, checked the kitchen. I saw no back door open or heard it. After that, we came to the conclusion it was something else. I have no idea what. Could have been a ghost or something, maybe a slip in time. I don't know, and for a moment I saw a memory. Still get goosebumps when I think about it, too. Ended up sleeping on his floor in his room that night. Left my pillow downstairs, and I was like, "Oh, mate, get that pillow for us, I'm not going back down." "Fuck that," he said. Don't blame him. What's funny is Jack has had a few weird experiences at that house. 2 of our mutual friends were staying one night, and apparently there was extremely loud and aggressive bangs coming from upstairs. It was that bad that our 2 friends left him there on his own because none of them dared to see what it was. Laughing face emoji. These are like my best mates, by the way, who I trust and I'm still friends with now at 31, so I believe them, even more so after that experience. I know I was smoking on the night, but I've never actually seen anything while smoking in my life. It wasn't sleep paralysis, because I only had that like twice ever in my life, and it's a completely different feeling and state. I was wide awake when I saw it, like I am every night before I go to sleep. And everyone else in the world. Maybe not wide awake, but certainly awake before going to sleep. Terrible joke. Anyway, I envy people who can just fall asleep. Yeah, me too. Something unexplainable just happened to me. As I've already said, I've been up all night in my room, going in and out of the kitchen to get food and water. My mom's room is next to mine, and the kitchen is up close to both of it. Then comes the living room, then the drawing room, and then comes another room with another washroom, both of which is hardly ever used until guests come. If I haven't mentioned it, just me and my mom along with our cat Orange, because he's orange, living only. The house layout was important to describe how far off the washroom is. Past tense. Next up, last time I got out of my room was like around 3 or 4 a.m. to get dessert from the fridge, and my mom's door was still closed as it was all night since she's asleep. Around 5 a.m. I got out to keep the remaining dessert back inside the fridge, which is when I heard very loud water falling sounds coming from the distant washroom. I hardly paid any attention, as it could just be my mom showering, and her cat Orange was staring in that direction too and looking at me like a natural pet owner that, you know, he saw someone by the way he acts. Yeah. Then I did whatever I had to do, or whatever I had to, in the kitchen, got back to my room, which is when Orange ran toward me and started jumping to my hands. I just guessed he wants to be patted, so I patted him. Then after a few more minutes, I thought this isn't normal, as my mom has never showered at this time. Neither does she stay up at night. Neither does she make such loud sounds when everything is silent, since it's an apartment complex with close-by neighbors. And most importantly, when I heard the sounds, her bedroom door was still closed from the inside, which makes no sense if she was showering. Indeed. I then decided to check just for clarity. Went to her room, unlocked the door first, and honestly freaked out as she was asleep and didn't feel like she woke up all night. Then I checked the main door, as it's on the way for any outsider entry. And lo and behold, the corner washroom door, lights off, door locked from the outside, as if no one had ever been near it for ages. I gathered some courage to open the door by turning on the lights first, but I saw Orange wasn't coming near me at all. I don't know if it's some superstition, but it was strange that he wouldn't follow me toward it, even though I did the toot-toot-toot sound which he normally follows. I banged open the door, so, well, you know, to stay ahead and unpredictable, and it was the shower head on with lots of water dripping. Oh no. Now here's the thing, it could be faulty, yes, so I checked every possibility. It's a compression shower valve faucet. or anything you call it in your country. Compression shower valve faucet. Where you basically have to twist it round and round and round for water to eventually come accordingly. Oh yeah. So, speed equals number of twists, same goes for turning it off. A faulty faucet would rather get stuck with iron than free flow in any direction, and by the way, which wasn't faulty because when I checked it again and again, the mechanism was working perfectly, and it would take physical pressure to twist it to the point where you actually get water out at such pressure from the shower head. But here's the thing. Whatever happened within 4 to 5 a.m. My mom was asleep all night with her door locked from the inside. Cat was acting weird and not following me near the door. Door was locked from outside, lights off, no signs of entry. A faucet that's impossible to turn on without applying physical pressure. Into a washroom window the size of a small laptop. I'd say it's like half closed and all dusty, and anyone's wondering for other signs of potential entry. My only comment is I like the name of your cat, sir. Or ma'am. I forgot. What tried to kill me that day? I'm a female, and this story happened just a year ago on the day I'm posting this. And for reference, I'd be 15 at this time and deep into the paranormal. I'm a medium and always seen spirits from a young age. And I believe I was given this ability, as when I was 3, I died for a couple of minutes and was brought back. I was a very sick child, and the doctors couldn't figure out why. Ever since then, my parents remember me talking about kids or adults that aren't ever there, and believed it was my imagination. But as I got older and kept seeing them, I knew it wasn't just my head. I know many people don't believe in mediums, but I swear I see people that aren't really there. The night before this story, I had a dream of an older woman come in and tell me to wake up many, many times. I did used to get sleep paralysis. I believed it was that until she told me to wake up as the gas wheel's still on. This caused me to wake up in a panic, go into the kitchen to find no one but all of our gas stove on. This was the first time I had seen her, and hasn't been the last. I think of her as my guardian. The next day, me and my friends were going to explore an abandoned tax building, as we were big fans of Sam and Colby. We wanted to see what all the fun was about, and now, deep down, I regret every decision made that day. As we were going, we were planning on staying all day, so we packed food, water, and chargers, flashlights, everything you would need basically, and our parents thought we were sleeping at a different friend's house. They always covered for us, as we were going to hopefully stay the night. As we made our way toward the building, my friends were Googling the history on it, and we soon found out it was forced to close due to one guy killing his coworker and assaulting her in front of his colleagues. Not only did he kill one, he killed 4 others, 5 total. We all became freaked out but didn't want to chicken out, and knew the only thing we were risking was the chance of squatters. As we entered the building, I felt as if the air in my lungs was being squeezed out of me while everyone else was fine. It was almost whatever was there knew that I was the only one that could sense them or see them. As we explored for like an hour or so, we heard the usual building noises. Till I heard a scream. Think of a bloody murder scream from a woman. I remember asking my 2 friends at the time if they heard it, and they both said no, so we continued exploring. An ant on my face? What is this? After being there for about 3 hours, I decided to wander off alone, knowing I'd seen a ghostly figure of a woman and seen her enter a room. As I went into the one room alone, that's when I seen something move. I assumed it was a woman at the time. The next thing I saw was blood on the walls and blood on the floor. It was dry in some places and wet in others, and this confused me as the murders were years ago, meaning something else happened here. As I stood up, I seen the thing move again, and I called out to it saying how I can see it, and I was willing to talk, and the next thing I knew I was pushed against a wall and felt like I was being choked, but nothing was there. Soon my friends came running in and seen this and all started screaming. We decided to leave, but before we left, I seen a little boy and went over to speak to him, thinking he was an actual child. My friends were confused and we were calling out to me. But I continued. As I spoke to this little boy, he said my presence being there had angered him, and I was confused on who him was and why I wasn't able to see him, but I couldn't see the others in that haunted place. Or rather, hunted. We decided it was unsafe to stay, as I explained everything that had happened. The same night, we ended up really sleeping over at her house, and that night I felt as if something attached to it myself. Oh, I felt as if something attached it. Okay, I read that right. The night I didn't sleep and only walk up to a mirror and bruises in the shape of handprints on my neck, and I googled how the man killed the woman, and it was from none other than strangulation. It's not who did I see, it's what did I see. Ever since that night, more paranormal things have been happening to me. And I'm always willing to share those stories, but I believe whatever was there wanted me dead, as I knew I could sense it there and others couldn't, afraid I would be able to tell the truth of what really happened that day. Camera, ugh. Really? My comment, I say things wrong? What I meant to say was commas. Oh no. Now I can't think of words. Hold on, I'm going to come up with it. Yes. Commas favor neither gender. That's what I wanted to say. At least right now. Mount Apo, highest mountain in the Philippines. Hike experience. We did a 2-day, 1-night hike at Mount Apo in 2023. On day 2, we left for the summit at 1 a.m., got back to camp around 3. Well, 3 p.m., which was already late, considering we still had to hike all the way down to the village. By 4 to 5 p.m., 7 of us, being me, my parents, a couple, my aunt, and a guide, started heading down. Another couple had left 15 minutes ahead, and were moving fast because it was getting dark. Then we hit this super steep part, like stairs made of tree roots, and the porter suddenly ran past us carrying our heavy bags. It was weird. They looked like they were in a rush. It started getting dark, and we turned on our last working flashlight. Around 7 p.m., still in the middle of the woods, I noticed we'd passed the same rock I had trouble going down earlier. We were looping. At a rest stop, we heard motorcycles, so we knew we were close. 2 porters even came back up for us. We kept going, and I saw the couple neon green jackets and the flashlight right behind me. Then we sat to a sandy part which was close to the village and sat on a big rock to rest, and I turned back. Everyone else was still way up the mountain, and I could see their flashlights swinging around and the bright neon green jackets. I told the porter, pretty scared, and he looked spooked. That's when I realized, why everybody had been rushing. When we saw the couple who first went before us, they told us that we got down really late. We arrived at 9 p.m. They arrived before at 6 p.m., which was crazy considering how fast we were actually going. Time skip. We were already back home and were celebrating our hike, and we were telling stories from our experiences that night. One of our friends checked his sports watch, which could track where we were in our walking time. It showed that we had been walking in circles, which is impossible. Mount Apo's trail doesn't loop, and we'd know if we were actually walking in circles. We were surrounded by trees in the forest, which weren't really walkable if you went off track. Yeah, things really do happen on that mountain at night. Connecting with my deceased loved ones through automatic writing. 2 weeks ago yesterday, I had to say goodbye to my beloved cat. His name was Buzz. I had to let him go to his forever sleep while he was at the vet's. He was very poorly and just didn't realize how much. It was a very traumatic experience for me and my partner. We hadn't expected to lose him this suddenly. That's 09/06/2025. He was just 10 years old. Routine blood test was performed when we arrived for his vet appointment. It was discovered he was suffering from advanced and aggressive kidney failure. Kindest thing to do is to let him drift away peacefully with me and my partner by his side. We had him cremated. I brought home his ashes last Tuesday. I've since made a little shrine in our bedroom, which was his favorite place. There's a photo of him next to some of his fur and a whisker in his ashes. Every day I light a candle for him. The day after Buzz passed away, I saw an orange shadow out of the corner of my eye in one of his favorite spots in my garden. Buzz was an orange cat, and he loved following me around the garden, so I fully believed this was him. On the 31st of May, 2024, my beloved grandma sadly passed away at the age of 84, due to complications associated with pulmonary fibrosis. She died in my granddad's arms. Her sudden passing had greatly affected me, and to this day I'm still finding it hard to wrap my head around and move around it and move on. I have a little shrine for my grandma in my living room and a tattoo on my arm with her name and her favorite bird, which is a robin, and her favorite flower, which is a rose. I also wear one of her old rings as my engagement ring, so I feel I'm deeply connected to her still. Last week, I'm in my heightened state of grief and anxiety, and I began searching for a way in which I might be able to communicate with Buzz and my grandma. Came across something called automatic writing. Decided to give it a go. I sat in my room near Buzz's ashes and with my other cat, Buzz's brother. Held a notebook and a pen very lightly in my hand, took some deep breaths, closed my eyes, and while listening to the garden birds sing, I asked a few questions out loud. The experience was calming, and I felt at peace. I'll definitely be trying this again. While writing, I felt a light, gentle pressure guiding the pen, and the handwriting that came through looked extraordinarily similar to my grandma's. My main question I wanted to answer to was if Buzz was okay and whether he came home with me. Almost every response was a clear yes, although I know Buzz was a cat, he couldn't directly understand or answer my questions. I asked if there was somebody with him that could see him and was answering on his behalf almost. The answer was yes again, and I felt a warmth and asked if it was my grandma, and got another yes. Ended the session emotional, but I said the words, "I love you both." The phrase, "love you," wrote itself on the page. Since this experience, I felt a sense of calm and peace and wanted to share this experience. I've only done automatic writing with music. Sounds harder to do with a pen. Curious, though. My daughter's guardian angel. It would sound unbelievable, but it's true to every word. I have 2 children, a boy aged 14 and a daughter aged 12. My daughter was born 12 years ago. Excuse me. We started feeling the presence of an invisible being inside of our house. Initially, it was restricted to occasional harmless disturbances like sudden rattling of doors, late-night clattering maybe of utensils in the kitchen. So we were not much needed. However, we soon began to realize that the newcomer was very protective of her daughter, who was barely 2 months old at that time. Quite frequently, we used to wake up in the middle of the night to find her daughter neatly positioned and wrapped inside of her crib, despite the fact she was habitually pushing away her blankets within minutes of wrapping. Similarly, as she grew and started her initial rolling movement in her bed, we started noticing that she was frequently surrounded by pillows to prevent her from falling down, which none of us remembered doing. There were times that she was pushed back from the brink of the center of the bed by an invisible force, which could not be explained by the laws of science. Similar occurrences happened when she started learning to walk. We saw her escaping several obvious stumbling collisions with tables and doors, as if she was picked mid-air and carefully dropped aside. Though the intent of this being was clearly kind, we were no longer afraid and accepted it as part of our small family. Also, as guided by a religious figure, we made special emphasis on keeping our house clean and fragrant at all times, as such beings disliked living in untidy places. Made a routine of occasionally leaving a large platter on the dining table filled with sweets and fruits before going to bed, along with a loud announcement that it was for him as a gesture of our gratitude. The platter was always found clean the next morning without a trace of any crumbs or stains. Never touched any food items otherwise. Amusingly, my brother-in-law came for an overstay one night with us, and when we told him about this phenomenon, he refused to believe it, and in fact made fun of the whole thing. The very same night, we found him banging our bedroom door at 3 a.m., pale and terrified. He barely stammered that he felt someone sitting on his chest in the middle of the night and that he was breathing heavily right next to his face. He refused to stay at her place even for a minute and left for a nearby hotel immediately. The invisible guest left us quietly one day after my daughter turned 3. Guess he knew that she was capable of taking care of herself and no longer required a guardian angel. And as a parting gift, he let my wedding band on my dresser, which I lost several years ago and almost lost hope of seeing it ever again. The only time when my wife and I came across such a thing, but we still miss his presence. It was indeed such a blessing. I pushed my blankets away within minutes of wrapping myself. What is this creature that tried to harm me? I'm 38, and I'm a female, and this happened in January of 2024. I underwent a complete thyroidectomy, thyroid removal. It was in the first week of January and was still under recovery when this happened. So if you want to know, yes, I was on painkillers and other medication, but nothing that could lead to hallucinations. 12 days after my surgery, I was allowed to have visitors at home, a lot of people coming to see me. And this particular day, my cousin decided to stay back with me and she slept in the bed beside me. And at one point in the night, I woke up choking. Now, I was not supposed to exert any pressure on my neck or throat, but I felt like I couldn't breathe and my breath was being, for lack of better words, sucked out of me. I turned toward my left, and that's when I saw them. They were standing in my room, 2 shadow figures. Can't explain it, but I felt like those beings were women or at least feminine. Both the shadow figures wore top hats and had looked like wearing coats. To be honest, for some reason they reminded me of Queen Elizabeth. They honestly felt and reminded me of old women, and one of those shadow creatures was trying their best to choke me and steal my soul or my breath. The other one was stopping her. The other one kept pulling her arm, saying, "We're not supposed to do that. This is the wrong one. We got the wrong one." But that didn't stop the first creature. She pushed the other one away, started to bend toward me, but suddenly something behind them was shifting. My wall and wardrobe disappeared, and there was a grayish-silver mist. They both disappeared into it, and the moment they vanished, I could breathe again. Meanwhile, my cousin next to me woke up, and she kept telling me that he kind of stopped breathing. The next day, I spoke to my surgeon about this. I asked her, so I have sleep apnea or some other disorder. My doctor was skeptical about it. I also want to add, after this experience, I started hearing noises around my house. The house felt oppressive and I had nightmares. The whole year was a disaster within that 1 year since this happened. Lost my job and my father passed away. Still trying to make sense of this. I wonder if anyone else had any sort of similar experience. Do women wear top hats? I thought just balding guys wore top hats. You know, to seem less bald and more tall. And a little fancy. Sweet dreams. See ya. Encounters with ghost children. Several years after moving in with my dad, we finally moved into our forever home. Or so we thought. Everything seemed to have been going as planned, though. No more fighting for a parking spot at the apartments. No more hearing your next-door neighbor's footsteps down the stairs. Life seemed to be like it should be. Quiet. That is, until a couple of weeks later, while on the phone with my cousin, I remember hearing what sounded like horses' footsteps. It was on our sidewalk. We lived out in the country. So it's possible, but how? I looked outside and saw nothing, and just the light from the front of the house and our sidewalk fading into the night, and further down the road I looked. Next day while doing yard work, I found a horseshoe under the overgrown weeds. I always thought that was odd. After returning from my mom's house the following weekend, I'm on the phone with my cousin once again, planning a movie night. Some time past midnight when I heard my little sisters crying in their room next to mine. I didn't say anything. I thought maybe they just wanted to sleep with my mom and dad, and when I saw my stepmom the next day, I thought I'd mentioned something and remember saying, "Hey, there were girls crying last night." Her response was more of a shock, and she replied with, "Your sisters don't sleep in that room. They say the little girls don't let them sleep at night." Well, I didn't know what to say. I just remembered hearing these little girls crying all over again. The final straw. My dad, who's very religious and doesn't believe in ghosts, was the one who had to experience this stuff for himself in order for him to believe us. My dad always taught us to say a prayer before bedtime. He said it was a way for the bad spirits to stay away while we slept. And one night while my dad was saying the Our Father prayer, he mentioned he remembers saying the prayer, but upon closing it with an Amen, he doesn't remember anything. My stepmom, and this is from her words. What? She said, woke up to my dad making weird mumble noises with his head down on the side of the bed and not waking up, and she said, it was as if something was holding him down. So she shoved him hard, and he finally woke up from whatever that was. We moved very soon after, like 3 months later, never returned to that town again. My father dug up a ceramic pig in his backyard. Weird things are happening. Any ideas to why? So as the title suggests, my dad around a week or two ago was doing some digging in his backyard. And during this dig, he found a ton of styrofoam under his soil, like layers of it going far down. He and his girlfriend continued to dig down, thinking they'd find like a dead body or some kind of treasure. Nice choices. Well, all they found at the bottom was a ceramic pig. They took said ceramic pig inside, and now they're reported hearing sounds around the house. Things falling over, and my baby brother is scared of going to the bathroom due to the monsters being in there. Furthermore, my dad's girlfriend has been completely unable to sleep recently, and feels super uneasy. She has tried burying the pig again, hasn't done anything. She also mentioned that she feels immense dread when she thinks about taking the pig anywhere outside the property they're on, which is super strange. And this is all taking place in Western Australia. I want to know what you guys think. I've studied the occult far and wide, but as far as I know, this doesn't quite harken back to anything I'm aware of in particular. I'll also say my father is the superstitious type, but the specifics of his situation as well as his girlfriend and my baby brother claiming the same things make this a little bit odd. Anyways, I've asked my photo to take a photo of the pig. I don't know if that's how camera works. He may have gotten rid of it or buried it back up again, but I'll see if I can get a photo of it for you guys. Please do. Welcome to Paranormal M, where we travel deep into the shadows, seeking haunted places, dark secrets, and the strange truths others are too afraid to speak aloud. Ghosts, they're just the beginning. Subscribe now, and bring a flashlight. Historical homes are creepy. As a child, I lived in an historical neighborhood that was built in the early 1900s. It was for employees working for a nitrogen company about 15 to 20 miles away. Nothing particularly scary or ominous about the house. Never had strange experiences. Except for one night. We were in the process of painting my room, so my bed was in the middle and no other furniture save my nightstand. It's the middle of summer. I live in southern Arizona. It's very hot. Most homes have swamp coolers, like evaporative cooling. So, I only have a sheet for covering. I'm lying on my back, arms outside of the sheet by my sides. I suffer from insomnia, So I was still wide awake and suddenly feel a warmth grow by my shoulder. I can tell that it's large as well, and ever so slowly I feel it slide down my arm, over my hand, and begin to interlace between my fingers, trying to hold my hand. I swat it away, and instantly the warmth is gone. Nothing lingering. Rationalizing, I think it might be a tarantula. I flip on the light switch and nothing. Nothing under my bed or in the empty corner of the room. I've always believed I had some sort of perception for the paranormal, and well, after that experience I did my best to create a barrier between myself and anything ghostly. However, curiosity got the best of me. One night after everyone had gone to bed, I laid awake calling out in my head for something to show itself. I said I'd come in peace and to give me a sign. It took a couple of minutes, but I heard it. Heavy footsteps, beginning in the kitchen, came quickly through the hallway, and before I could make the turn into my room, called out instead, "Please stop, I'm scared, please go away." The footsteps stopped 10 feet from my door, paused momentarily, head straight back to the kitchen. I never told my family about this until many years later at a function for my dad's company. I was telling these stories to a partner in the company, and my dad had overheard and said, "You never told me about this. The house next door was actually the hospital for the employees." 20 minutes away for company housing. Past grandmother came in my dreams. Back in December of 2020, my grandma suddenly passed a brain aneurysm. She was otherwise very healthy, so we didn't expect it. Since it was during the pandemic, I couldn't be there for her final moments. I saw her healthy one day. The next time I saw her was her funeral. Needless to say, I had a hard time processing that she had actually passed. This dream requires a little backstory to understand. Shortly before she passed, she would make slight comments that were strange. When we went out to the condo that she rents for a month every year, she said, "It's sad, it's probably our last time here." I kind of brushed it off because I assumed she was talking about my, grandfather whose dementia was worsening. Then, a couple of weeks before she died, she came to my house to meet my new cat, and she said, "I probably won't see him again." I once again brushed it off, thinking she was joking about the pandemic keeping us all inside. She also was extremely eager to see her family out of town, randomly one day. So we all went. She never was like that. She usually only wanted to make that long drive for holidays. Then the night she had passed, I walked up to her house, and by the way, she lives 2 houses down from me. I went into her room alone to get away from all the crying downstairs. Well, I was incredibly shocked and I was overwhelmed. I wanted to just sit in her bed and think about her. After sitting there for a while, I went back downstairs. My dad told me if I wanted to, I should go pick out what clothes she'll be buried in. I agreed because nobody wanted to go upstairs to her room, and they were too sad. I went upstairs, and I was about to walk into her room when I saw a cup that was on her nightstand. Suddenly, in the middle of the doorway, I was confused, so I went to ask everybody who went upstairs and moved that cup to the middle of the doorway. Everyone told me nobody had gone up but me. My grandfather then said, "She used to do that when the air conditioner would come on so the door didn't close. And suddenly, like a fucking movie, the air turns on." A couple of months later, I went to sleep in my dream and I started at my, sorry. A couple of months later, I went to sleep, and my dream started at my grandmother's house, who's still living, my other grandma. Nobody was in the house, so I started walking around looking for my living grandmother. When suddenly, I opened a door, and sitting at the desk of my guest bedroom was my grandma who had just died. I could literally feel her energy like she was living. It felt very real, like she was actually there, I knew instantly in the dream that she died, and I was shocked I was seeing her. I asked her if she knows she passed, and she kind of laughed and said yeah. I told her I love her and asked her if she was okay. She said she's doing just fine and started to get used to it. I jokingly asked her if she found out if aliens are real. She was a big fan of aliens, I guess. Her eyes lit up and she seemed excited to finally tell me that they're real. We both laughed together and I asked her if she knew that she was going to die because of those comments she made. She said that she knew a little bit beforehand that she was going to die soon, and I asked her how she knew. She said that I'll know when my time comes and that she can't tell me that. She was very religious, so I asked her if heaven and hell are real. The question seemed to shake her a bit, and she kind of teared up. She just looked at me dead in the eyes and said, no. I didn't really know what to say, knowing how religious she was. So I asked her, is it okay where you are? She said, yes, I'm just with you guys. She then said that she didn't have much time left. She couldn't stay for long. Well, I hugged her and told her I loved her and miss her, and I told her to visit me again. She said she would, and I started walking toward the door of the room, and I looked back at her one more time. And I asked, did you move that cup? She laughed and said, I told you I'll haunt you when I die. And we laughed together, and then the moment I walked out of the door of that bedroom, I woke up, and this dream is something I think about all the time. It's almost changed my perspective completely on religion. I used to be very religious as a kid, but not so much anymore. Started wondering if that wasn't really my grandma in the dream. I think I know deep down it really was. I had other dreams about her, but in those dreams I didn't know she was gone and they weren't as vivid, and this one felt like it was real. Probably the most vivid dream I've ever had. I want more of these dreams. I want to talk to her again like that. But I haven't had a dream like it since. Just small dreams where she's there, but not vivid ones where I remember the conversation. Has this happened to anyone else? Don't know why that one gave me chills. Has anyone else seen this? And what is it? When I was around 5 years old, I woke up between 2 and 4 a.m. It was because I needed to use the bathroom. We lived in a single wide trailer, and mine and my brother's room was at one end of the house, and the bathroom all the way at the other end next to the other bedroom. Being as it was so early, I didn't turn on any lights. Didn't want to wake anyone. As I was sitting on the toilet doing my business with the door open, I became aware of a light from the direction of my room and the living room and the kitchen. Thought somebody had turned on a light, but then I realized the light seemed to be moving, so I thought maybe it was a flashlight, which I thought was strange, like why wouldn't you just turn some lights on? Then came the sound. I call it a sound, but it was really something like I felt more than I heard. Kind of a deep thrum or hum that I could feel reverberate in my chest. And then I saw him. At least I think it was a him. At least that's the impression I got at the time anyway. He was a silhouette of a person with something translucent where the body should be. Like I could see through him, but the view of the shitty wood panel wall behind him was distorted. The outline was made up entirely of violent dancing and vibrant silvery white sparkles, I guess. Had the same look as one of those 4th of July sparklers. There were sparks being constantly ejected from the figure, and they looked hot, but where they landed there was no smoke, and they dissipated almost instantly. And he was bright, like so very bright I had to squint. The way he moved was so strange. He was moving pretty quickly, but the movements themselves were strange. He was running, slightly hunched forward, but on his tiptoes, and drawing his knees all the way up to his chest with every step. At least the 3 or 4 steps I saw before it had passed the doorway. It went toward the doorway to the back bedroom and phased through it. I'm assuming because I never heard the door open or shut. The light went away as soon as it did. When I finally gathered the courage to leave the bathroom, I sprinted back to my room where I stayed for the rest of the night. I stayed awake with my head underneath the blankets. An unexplainable childhood memory. I don't believe in ghosts. I'm a Muslim, and ever since I was a kid, I was told that when a human dies, their soul would go to a world called Barzakh, and wait there until Judgment Day. However, in Quran, it said that Allah created creatures aside from mankind that are called jinn. I'm not in the mood to explain everything I know about them, but I'll only give important details. Humans can't see them, but they can see us. Animals can see them and interact with them. They have lives and jobs and families, and different religions just like us. And they would also die and be judged on Judgment Day, except we don't know what they look like. In heaven, we would be able to see them, but they'll no longer be able to see us like before. Sometimes they can be harmless. Sometimes they can be dangerous. Now, enough talking about them, and let's get into the story. When I was a kid, like 6 or 7 or something like that, I had those recurring feelings as if something fell into my lap. One time, I'm sitting on the couch in our living room when I suddenly felt something fall into my lap. I was confused and looked around me trying to find something that could have been the case or cause to this strange feeling. There was nothing. Happened multiple times, and me being a child who never gave a shit about anything and only focused on living my life like a normal child, unlike adult me, who constantly overthinks, I ignored it. This thing didn't only happen in my house, but for some reason it also happened in my uncle's house too. Thought I was the only one who felt this until one day I was at a family gathering in my uncle's house. It's when my cousin, who's way older than me, I'm talking like married and had a daughter at the time, suddenly jumped in her seat and said in a chuckle, "What was that?" I felt something jump into my lap. Years passed and that feeling suddenly stopped, and I completely forgot about it until I remembered it again as an adult. Probably harmless, maybe just a jinn that was playing around, but why was it also in my uncle's house? I don't know why. Well, at least it made her chuckle. Interesting idea, having these jinns having different religions, but being judged by the same religions. I'm confused. Still cool, though. My friend told me that spirits haunt her, and now I believe her. I had a friend with my same name, but spelled a bit different. Stephanie, but hers was spelled Stephine. She had a hard upbringing with a dysfunctional family. They were kind of abusive. For example, she was once caught smoking a cigarette, like her mom and grandma, and her grandma made her smoke a whole pack. What the fuck? We were around 16 at the time, and she used to tell me that spirits would follow her, or demons or bad spirits would tell her that she was going to die, or they wanted to kill her, and that scared me. She also took psych meds because of this, and I used to think, well, maybe she has a mental illness and she hears things. Maybe. Whenever I was around her, I used to feel a heavy feeling as if there was something following her. It wasn't because she said that earlier. It was like a scary, dark feeling. I went to spend the night at her grandma's house, and she said that at one time she could hear something clawing at the walls, and she started having a panic attack. None of her family could hear it. When I was there at the house, I felt like something bad was there too. I didn't feel that she was crazy, and, well, one day she's walking home with me and 2 other friends. She stops and seems frightened and says a girl with no mouth is following us. My house that I used to live in was haunted, and we experienced a lot of strange things there. My boyfriend at the time said he saw a girl with no mouth. And that was in our bathroom a few months later in the mirror. One day, Stephanie sent me a video on her cell phone. She said she felt someone was watching her. In the video, she's recording a doorway, and in that doorway there's a tall figure and an all-black sort of look in the frame. Like she sent me the video and there's a man or something in the bathroom doorway. She said that when she took the video, she could see nothing but feel something. I believed her after that. One night I stayed at her house. She said that she kept the radio on so that she couldn't hear the spirits talking to her. She fell asleep and the radio was on. I kept feeling like a man was outside the window, like a spirit. I kept imagining he was hanging and just sitting there watching us. Years later we lost touch, but I never forgot the experiences in that video. I had a dream one night when I lived in another state, and I could see her, I could see her name. I could see my name. What? Okay. I could see, all caps, her name. My name is in my mind. Got it. It was about her heart, or my heart, and I kept thinking after that dream I was going to die soon. A week later, her friend told me that she passed away from heart failure, or something, or the sort. She was only 27. And I swear this is 100% a true story, so what do you think? Were spirits following her, and did she contact me? I felt unsafe and heard a loud sound from upstairs, and I was alone in the house. My family member was out of town and insisted I stay the night in their empty 8-bedroom house built in the 40s. As soon as I went in after 12 a.m. with a friend, I felt instant fear. I felt a strange feeling as I looked around the living room. It's the feeling when you're walking through a dark hall and you're imagining something jumping out at you. But it was constant. Did not want my friend to leave, and she did. No matter what I did to comfort myself, I kept looking around the house as if someone was in each corner of each room. I kept looking and looking as if my mind could see something my eyes could not. At 1 a.m., I'm just laying in one of the bedrooms near the living room. I still felt like I needed to run or fight. From above my head, there's a big bang and a bump as if something had fallen against the floor really hard. My heart's pounding. Then there's silence the rest of the night. I finally fell asleep somehow after going on my phone feverishly. In the morning, I thought to pray and try to cast the negative energy away. So I said in my head, I pray that the bad spirits or energy will leave this house. The weird part is, as soon as those mental words left my brain, a huge bang or bum erupted from the closed door, and on a staircase beyond me, just leading upstairs. I heard it. I felt something in me. I felt something was there just beyond or all around me. Hard to explain, honestly. I said out loud, "Thanks for letting me stay, and goodbye." I don't know why I said that, it just felt right. Later I talked to my granddaughter that usually stays in the house, and she said that she was alone. It sounded like a person was running up and down the kitchen outside of her bedroom and down the stairs. The grandma even said she saw little gnome people with horns running around. Send those guys my way. Central Florida Cryptid. Hey, in parentheses name, it's me in parentheses name. Age 35 at in parentheses address. I'm writing this to make sure you don't forget that unnatural thing you saw that night, and to confirm it was real, right in front of your car. You and in parentheses wife were driving home from a get-together at parentheses friend's house back in August 2024. It was about 2 or 2:30 a.m., very late. And by the time you made it back to, in parentheses, neighborhood, both you and in parentheses wife were very tired. As you turned to the entrance, after the first couple bends with the overhung trees, across from the first house, I saw a figure on the right shoulder of the road. It was visible for less than a second by the time you passed it, almost in your peripheral vision, but enough for you to get a split-second clear view. Wife had a better angle and can confirm and clarify any details. The thing I saw was not natural, and it seared into my memory. As best as I can describe it, looked like a deer with long clawed forelegs, standing on all fours like a gorilla. Seemed to be about 4, maybe 5 feet tall in that posture. It was skinless, with exposed red tattered muscle and bone visible all over. Its eye sockets were vacant, and it had sharp canine teeth. We didn't make eye contact, so couldn't tell if it was looking at us or straight ahead. I'm glad for the window dint in the car, since we were about 20 feet away from it. "Did you see that?" I exclaimed to your wife as we whipped past, and she affirmed yes, and me stupidly, "Should we stop to check on it?" The wife emphatically said, "No, keep driving." We got back to the house, and I'm not sure if it was from being tired or some other external influence, but we dismissed what we saw and fell asleep in bed right away. I had drank mildly several hours earlier, not taken any other substances. Wife didn't drink at all. The memory of what happened faded into obscurity almost immediately. We didn't even think to bring it up to each other. About a month later, my memory was nudged somehow about it while standing in the kitchen. Came back to the front of my thoughts. I said to, in parentheses, wife, "Hey, do you remember that night coming back from the Friends a few weeks back? Am I just imagining things, or did we see something really weird, like some kind of animal?" She confirmed it. We spent an hour reviewing the timeline leading up to it. What we saw and what it could have been, and why we had almost subconsciously forgotten about it. Kind of hand-waved the notion of it away. We've done some research on this entity, have narrowed it down to 2 options. It seems to either be a nahual, or a skinwalker, or a wendigo. Visually, it appeared to be more similar to a wendigo with the reference images, but wendigos are apparently hostile on sight and likely would have chased us if that's what it was. I'm leaning towards it being a nahual variant, as they're not necessarily malevolent, depending on their human anchor, as they call it. There also isn't a history of violent crime in the area going back some decades, nor any new reported incidents. So to wrap things up, I could go on and on about all the ways we tried to rationalize the sighting. Someone in a costume, or delirium, or hallucinations, or deer with mange, or some weird hunter's kill display. None of them track right. Trust what your eyes saw and your memory. Trust the wife's confirmation of it. Both of you saw the same exact creature, verified with each other down to the details. This thing exists, and be careful outside at night. And since this creature exists, it's likely other cryptids are out there. What else is actually real, but simply disregarded as old superstition or fireside ghost stories? Are vampires real? Is Bigfoot real? Is the chupacabra real? Keep an open mind and don't ignore somebody's eyewitness account just because it's crazy. What I saw wasn't possible, yet I'm not crazy. So that means it is real. Also keep in mind, an entire funeral home. An entire old folks' home called the cops on me for pretending to be Sasquatch for my own personal video when I was a kid. So don't completely disregard the costume thing, because I have been that person before. And luckily the only thing on me was Pop-Tarts, so I got off scot-free. I need help identifying a ghost. This happened a few months ago, but I think about it every day because it felt so real. and I've never experienced something like this before, or since this happened. And everybody I've told about this has thought of every possibility, but we're totally lost on what or who it could have been. So I'm seeing if anybody else could come up with any other ideas, or just let me know what you think. One night I was home alone, which I don't tend to be often, since my girlfriend and I usually spend the night together. But that night, she was out with some friends, so I'm just hanging out having some alone time for the first time in a while. I watched some movies, had some dinner, and snuggled with my cat, and eventually started to get tired. I decided to put on a show to fall asleep to. Turned off the lights, tucked myself into bed, and got all comfy. Turned onto my side where I was facing the wall. My bed's in the corner one, just against the wall, and the way I was laying, my back was to the rest of my room. When I fall asleep, I tend to still be aware of what's going on around me, being able to think and talk if somebody talks to me. But I usually don't make any sense, and I'm not really able to move around. I probably could if I really wanted to, but I couldn't be bothered. Just a little bit conscious, but about to conk out any second. In the kind of asleep, kind of awake zone, sort of listening to the show and on the verge of drifting off, like I kid you not. One more minute and I would have been out. Then I felt a hand place itself and then slowly run up from about halfway up my back on the left side of my shoulder, like someone was rubbing my back. It was somehow lightly touching me and also firm at the same time, like a little tickly feeling. But also felt firm enough like it was a real hand. It also didn't feel super cold or warm, just a room temperature hand. I felt the fingers and palm and everything. Then it kind of held my shoulder, and then it kind of squeezed my shoulder in a very nice, loving way. I was more awake now because I wasn't expecting it, but I felt very calm and just stayed still. I was just laying there because I was very comfortable and I didn't feel freaked out or scared at all. I just assumed it was my girlfriend coming home. I then remembered she wasn't supposed to be home that night, so I got worried something had happened. She had come home or something like that. I opened my eyes, still laying in the same way I had been the entire time, and right when I did, I felt the hand gently let go of my shoulder, and while still touching me, it slowly slid off like I knew I opened my eyes. But I was still facing and looking at the wall. I sat up and looked around, expecting to see my girlfriend or literally anybody because I just felt a hand on me. It felt like somebody was right behind me or in the middle of the room the entire time since I had felt the hand on me. But when I turned around, it felt like I was alone again. No more presence of any kind. And when my eyes adjusted to the dark parts of my room that weren't being lit up by the TV, I saw there was no one there. Not in my room or the rest of the house. I texted my girlfriend to tell her about it since I thought it was her and to check on since I had that feeling there. Could be wrong. Maybe she said that she was thinking about me and was missing me. She thinks maybe it was her somehow. Thought that was kind of sweet, but I laughed a little bit imagining her somehow spiritually leaving her friends to come rub my back, but the presence didn't feel like it was her. I was just half asleep and assumed because that's the only person it could have been. After I texted my girlfriend goodnight, I went back to bed and nothing weird happened again. I told my mom a few days later, and she just thought it was interesting. She's a believer in the paranormal. Has a ton of ghost stories herself. Well, ones that my brother and I grew up hearing. And I am a believer as well. I do love paranormal shows and YouTube videos, but I haven't had a ton of experiences for myself. Just a small handful, enough to make myself not super skeptic. I've always had a pretty good intuition and, well, feelings for paranormal stuff, I guess. Or just energies. Part of me always knows if something is up before I do, if that makes sense. I also tend to see people or animals out of the corner of my eye, even when no one's there. I wouldn't call them shadow figures because I, well, can kind of see in my mind what the person looks like. If I look over there, there's no one there. Nothing spooky or odd has happened to me since, and I haven't been super afraid to go to sleep or be by myself in my house or room because the presence felt nice. And like I knew them, I just had no idea who or what it was. Here are some of the things I thought it could have been and ultimately ruled out. I highly doubt it could be my cat because what I felt was way too big to have been a paw, and my cat has tiny feet. I felt the entire hand and fingers and everything. My room is also very open. I don't have much clutter or furniture, nothing that could have fallen onto my back or shoulder or anything that would have made any contact with me. I was half asleep before it happened, but I woke back up a little bit when I felt it, so I don't think it could have been a dream or I had maybe imagined it. I don't really think it could have been sleep paralysis. I sleep very well through the whole night every night. I can't stay up too late even if I wanted to have a very strict bedtime, whether I wanted to or not. I'm a pretty heavy sleeper unless I'm about to fall asleep, and I can still wake up and actually be awake. But once I'm out until morning. Not sure if it was a late family member, but I only have, I think, 3 family members that have passed. 2 I wasn't really old enough to know that well, and unfortunately don't remember very well, and the 3rd was super close, but she passed a while ago. I'm very close to my grandma, and when I woke up the next morning, I texted her just to make sure it wasn't her coming to say bye because something happened to her or anything, and thankfully it was not her. She's all good and very healthy. The rest of my family is okay as well. Don't have any friends that have passed on in the past recently, and I haven't heard of any extended family or old friends passing. So I'm at a loss, really, of who it could have been, and if it was somebody I knew coming to say hi. I have some other paranormal stories, but none I have felt such a strong presence like that or been touched at all. It's like I saw someone run past me and then disappeared into thin air, yada yada. Other paranormal or unexplainable experience I've had, I've always been a little bit scared or left speechless or shocked about whatever it was. But this time, I was just calm the whole time. I do believe it was something paranormal, not like anything like sleep paralysis or schizophrenia, because I have neither, but let me know what you think. I've been trying to figure it out for a long time now. My thoughts are connected to sounds. You and I both. My thoughts are connected to sounds. When I take walks at night, I notice loud cars or motorcycles, honks or alarms, and rocks popping from tires, and pretty much anything seems to be timed with my thoughts, as if something's communicating with me. I also inadvertently step on rocks which are timed with my thoughts, indicating that they think I'm wrong in my thinking. It's as if I'm on a track. I also see heart shapes on the ground and gum smears and rocks and paper and trash. My eyes planted directly on them. It presents itself in my apartment as well by quote-unquote clicks in the walls and ceiling. Also sounds from neighboring apartments and outside. Hard to explain how it works, but basically when a thought ends, I'll immediately hear a sound. This sound is either a confirmation or negation of my thought. It could also be an indication to stop thinking about the subject, which usually has to do with analyzing my thoughts or using too much internal dialogue. There's a lot to the story that I can't cover in one post, but it began about 1.5 years ago when I was living with a relative. I was reading spiritual books and got back into quote-unquote contact with something I'd forgotten about in childhood. I don't remember the entire quote-unquote conversation, but it had something to do with free will, as in, how much free will do I think I have? I was physically tickled internally and was laughing about the subject. Shortly thereafter, I found myself naked in jail for trying to push over a large wooden cross in the yard, which I had a premonition of doing a year earlier. In jail for about a week, I had various experiences, but the clicking in the cement walls and ceiling presented itself, and I couldn't figure out its purpose other than basic communication. Light clicks and loud clicks when my thoughts went awry and I was argumentative. I saw 2 ghosts at night through my narrow window, a translucent woman walking toward me and a man with a baseball hat. I tried to communicate with them to no avail, and I prayed a lot there, and I had an episode of speaking in tongues. I also experienced what sounded like raindrops falling on my rubber mat as they were comforting me. Also, bumps and twitches they used to communicate that continue today. Another ghost sighting I had after jail, I was walking down a desolate street in Prescott. 30 yards away, a 7-foot-tall white pillar shape stood. Seemed to me more of a hologram, and I got no feelings from it. It didn't move much, and I walked right by it. Was this interface on my friend's mic, or was it a ghost? Last night, me and my two friends are playing a horror game called Lethal Company. Our third friend, who's going to get off for the night, decided to quickly join the game and just play for a bit. But right after he joined, he'd left to get some cereal. While he was gone, this awful scraping noise kept happening, almost as if furniture was being moved. Me and my two friends thought it was hilarious and were taking clips of it as it was happening because it sounded goofy as hell. After about 3 minutes of it happening, our friend got back from his AFK and we were all asking him what the hell this was. He said he was literally just getting food and that he was away from his computer. My one friend decided to send my friend who's AFK the clips of what was happening to his mic. While he was gone into the Discord server we were in, but while listening to it again, we can very clearly hear it say my friend's name, not my AFK friend. It's kind of choppy, but it literally says, Oliver, in this deep whisper. Oliver. That wasn't deep. Moving on anyway. My dog's looking at me very funny. We all got pretty freaked out, but decided to just move on with the game and forget about it. And about an hour into the game, it happened again, and this time, my AFK friend was active in talking to us. And this time, it was said even clearer. My AFK friend said he didn't hear it at all when it happens, so we had to clip it again and look back on it. I have no idea what this is, and all my friends and I are utterly confused and very creeped out right now. And to debunk some things, it's not an in-game ambience because the game has perimeter voice chat and it was coming directly from our AFK friend. Our friend wasn't trolling us because it went on for too long to be some silly gag, and my friend was genuinely creeped out. My AFK friend is too nice to do a gag like that for so long. I believe in some type of afterlife where people are able to contact us once we're gone, but I've never experienced something like this firsthand. And man, for all I know, it could be mic interference and just a stupid thing, but this scared me and all my friends. My first paranormal encounter. A couple of weeks ago, I'm sitting alone in my home with my dog around 9 or 10 p.m. Everything was normal except for the fact that I noticed that my dog had ate some moldy carrots, which he found somewhere around the house. I probably bought the carrots a couple of weeks ago, dropped them in an unused room, which is full of unused stuff, forgot all about them, till they were all green and molded. Ew. Then my dog found and ate them. Anyway, I found out about this because my dog made a mess of green mold on my bed and carried the carrots to my bed and ate them there. I also found the package laying on the bed, so I was expecting him to throw up as he usually does when he eats something out of the ordinary. However, he seemed completely fine and continued to rest a bit on the bed, and his psychology seemed totally fine, so I changed rooms and went on my business at home, such as cleaning and cooking and watching TV. Then after 15 or 20 minutes, while I'm laying down on the living room sofa, I heard my dog running around violently in the house, hitting himself to the walls and all the objects around the house. He was also violently barking, so I immediately rushed to him, tried to make him stop, which he did as soon as he saw me. This event was almost immediate, as in my dog was sleeping. Then I heard him drop off the bed and start hit around and violently bark like something was trying to catch him and strangle him. A couple of seconds I was on him and he stopped and looked at me. He stopped hitting himself, but he was shivering very noticeably and had very wide eyes, and he was constantly looking around and barking, still confused. I tried to calm him down, but whatever I did, he wouldn't stop shivering and barking, and also looking around, so I moved him from the bedroom to the living room to lay down on the sofa with me. He didn't stop shivering and barking, but was on the sofa. He was totally ignoring me, which is very unusual for him because he normally, he likes eye contact very much. Then this happened. He focused his eyes on the living room entrance, then followed some invisible object, which I can't see at all, with his eyes, to look out close enough to the sofa, violently barking, and more so than before. and he was really trembling. Then a cold chill went down my spine as well, and all my hairs stiffened up my body like I was being fed with static electricity. Then in a matter of seconds I opened my phone. Phone was already in my hand during all this mess, which has a Saint Benedict's medal image on its wallpaper, and I pointed the phone to where the dog was looking and barking at and said, "In Jesus' name, leave this house." And as soon as I've done that, the barking and shivering stopped. Felt like static electricity was gone, and I smelled something like ozone gas. Passed after a couple of seconds. Then everything was normal. We ordered food and ate it together, so yeah, everything was that normal. Don't let your dog eat moldy carrots. Got it. The night we heard the growls. My first encounter I can remember when I was 4. We lived in Wadaskiw in Alberta. It was late one night and I woke up and my parents were having a small party in the living room. We had just moved in, didn't even have furniture yet, so everyone was sitting on the floor. I woke up and found my mom and sat with her. I was always scared to use the bathroom by myself. My mom said I was bugging her to come with me. She was busy just talking with friends, and so she told me to go by myself. She said she'll watch me from where she was sitting, and she'll make sure nobody goes to the washroom. I agreed, and I really had to go. I remember sitting there in the washroom when all of a sudden, this little girl, older than me, black hair, it's up to her shoulders, comes from the bedroom area and stands in the hallway right where I can see her, and I immediately thought it was my sister Rachel. So I began to ask her, "Where did you come from? When did you get here?" "I thought you were the Saskatchewan." Or, "I thought you were in Saskatchewan." Sasquatch, Saskatchewan, you get it. But she doesn't respond. She just stares at me with this little grin on her face, and I ask her, "When did you get here? Does Mom know you're here?" Nothing. I began to feel uneasy and afraid. So I began to yell and scream for my mom, and this is part of the story I really think I got PTSD from. My mom pops her head in the doorframe and asks me why I'm yelling and screaming for her, all the while this little girl staring at me leaning up against the wall outside the washroom. "Mom, it's Rachel. She's scaring me. I keep asking her things. She won't talk to me." My mom says, "What? Rachel? Rachel's in Saskatchewan." "No, Mom, she's right there standing beside you." My mom looks right at her, then back to me and says, "What are you talking about? There's no one there." I began to cry and tell her who I see. My mom says this is where she begins to feel uneasy, so she helps me off the toilet and helps me wash my hands. By the time we're done, the little girl's gone. I'll never forget that for as long as I'll live. Haunted house. Entity still following me and my mom. Does anyone know what it is? When I was 7 years old, my mom and stepdad bought a house in California. We moved into it with my stepsister, who was the same age as me. No one had lived there before us. It was brand new. The house felt creepy, like something was around the corner watching wherever you were. Birds and bats would crash into the windows between 4 and 5 a.m. every morning. Things would go missing. After a few months, things got crazier. My sister and I shared a bedroom and had a bathroom connected to it. The shower had a sliding glass door. We'd wake up in the middle of the night to the door opening and slamming shut over and over. The drawers in our bunk beds would do the same for sometimes 5 or even 10 minutes. And then our parents would rush in due to the noise and didn't believe what was happening, even though we were huddled up to the top bunk just sobbing. We started hearing footsteps around our bed. We were trying to fall asleep and could hear breathing in our ears. The worst I experienced was when I got dropped off at 5 a.m. by my biological dad, who worked an early job. Climbed into my top bunk and wanted to go back to sleep, but I heard the footsteps. Pulled the blanket over my head and could hear the floor like creaking as it moved closer. Then I heard what sounded like hooves climb up the ladder and could feel the weight of the bed shifting as it climbed. It crawled on the top of me and was breathing. I had my covers over my head and was just frozen in fear. Stayed there watching me for what felt like hours, then climbed off, and once the footsteps reached the door, I looked, but nothing was there, and my mom was next. Home alone in the laundry room, folding clothes. That's when the door slammed shut and locked her in there. Then the washer and dryer were opening and closing. Then she was cleaning the bathroom and turned around, and what was once disarrayed bottles of shampoo and soaps were all lined up perfectly, straight in another spot. Well, that's cool. She started hearing footsteps around her bed, too, long after my stepdad went to work, and just breathing into her ear, mumbled whispers. She refused to be home alone after that, but my stepdad didn't believe her. He's also rarely home because of work. One night the ghost was on one and was sprinting up and down the stairs. Everyone was in bed, and my stepdad ran around with a shotgun thinking it was an intruder, but no one was there. And this kept happening, so he finally got on board and we moved. Turns out the house was built over old military graves, and before that it was Native American burial grounds. My mom and I had a few of the breathing in the ear experiences since then. It's been 20 years, and I now live on the other side of the world, but they get latched onto us. Whatever, I'm really stressed or sick, weird things happen wherever I am. Footsteps or bumps in the night or things rearranged. I had a night terror a few months ago, and my husband woke up from my tossing and turning. Said he saw a dark figure hovering over me, too terrified to wake up. All I can do is blow out light bulbs everywhere. My witch. Hi all. I was about 4 when I had a lady frequently visit me in my dreams. My mom called her the witch. I'm 27 now, so I can't even tell you if I was truly just dreaming or not. But essentially, this lady would torment me around the house. My dog would bark and tell me things like there's nothing parents could do to get her to leave. I do remember the dreams at first of her being my friend and wanting to play with me, just gradually getting more mean and creepy. So much to this, but the dreams would either consist of me being with my family in our basement and seeing her knock on her front door, or I would dream of her standing in her, bathroom linen closet, her standing in my doorway. The last dream I ever had of her was me walking out of my bedroom, seeing her in our basement dancing with a headdress on, trying to get me to go into her cold storage room and laughing manically at me while I tried to pull a blanket over my head. And I am Catholic, and my mom had taught me to pray, and remember asking God to please not let me see anything I don't want to see. For context and for comments, I'm a quarter Maltese, and my grandma immigrated from Malta in the 40s. She had about 11 siblings, almost half passing before they made it on the boat to Ellis Island. The lady in my dreams looked very similar to my Maltese family. If any of y'all are familiar with Malta or anything spiritual there, or if you think this is an angry spirit, please sound off. She had not bothered me since I began praying at 4. Hope I never see her again. I was once told that I'm apparently a powerful empath, so maybe she was just attracted to me. Who knows? Strange experience I had. I was living in a private university accommodation with 5 other people, so everybody would be out at different times during the day. Bit unnecessary to state, but it'll make sense early on. It was a rare occasion where I knew and saw that all of my flatmates had stayed in the flat that night. I had went to bed at around 11 p.m., but ended up staring at my phone for like an hour or something stupid. Either I remember putting down the phone at 1 a.m., so... The hallway light outside of my room was on and was activated by a sensor, since I could hear one of my flatmates speaking really loudly on FaceTime. I should at that door were poor, since light from the hallway can leak underneath the main door to the rooms. Then the lights turned off and I tried to fall asleep. I remember waking up randomly in the middle of the night. I don't know what the time was, but the second I woke up, something felt off. I was about confused, but in the back of my mind, all I could hear was hide. And that was confusing. But then I heard the main door to the flat slam shut. I thought it was a flatmate who had just left or returned until I saw that the hallway light wasn't on, which was impossible since it was sensor-based and he picked up on any movement. That's when I heard a single footstep. I started sweating a ton, like I was fully scared and couldn't tell why. The footsteps were really loud and slow, but the light hadn't turned on yet. And at this point I was really concerned and my instincts were screaming for me to hide. And finally, the lights in the hallway turned on. I could make out the shadow of a person standing outside my door. Through the bedsheet over my head as I heard my room door opening, and I heard the footsteps slowly approaching my bed. Held my breath and remained as calm as I could. I heard something breathing over me, almost as if I could see something moving through the sheets. Felt like it was about to rip its covers off me. And I was ready in my mind. I was like, if the sheets get pulled, I'm going to start swinging. I was prepared. Then the breathing stopped, and the presence and its pressure dissipated. I was shocked as I took the sheets off my body to see that the hallway light was on, but there was no sound or anything. It's like everything I just experienced never happened. My body was drenched in sweat and it had marked my bed, and all I could do for the rest of that night was stare at the door in silence. Checked my phone and it was 4 a.m., so I had no idea how long that ordeal lasted. Ghosts are 100% real. I've seen them. When I was a kid, me and my 2 older siblings lived in those circle apartments. And in that apartment, I had seen a lot of things. Especially one moment that sticks with me a lot. The moment of complete and utter truth that they are 100% real. I had an eldest sister who I roomed with. She's about 4 or 5 years older than me. And since my family was poor, we had to share a room with each other, while my second oldest brother had his own room. So one day, me and my sister decided to rearrange the room so our bunk bed was backed into a window. We had an old, very vintage vanity facing the wall by my door. It was a pretty thing with a carved mirror and everything. One day, I woke up in the middle of the night. I saw something that will never leave my conscience to this day. It was a woman, a blue transparent woman sitting in the vanity with the moon rays facing down upon her, brushing her hair with an old vintage brush. I was both shocked and in awe at this sight, but I didn't know if she was good or bad, so this is where I know for a fact that what I was seeing wasn't an illusion or a dream or a figment of my imagination. Because I called out my sister's name. She responded to me. She was wide awake and seeing the exact thing I was seeing. A fully 3D shapen blue transparent woman brushing her hair, like moving her hands and running her other hand through her hair, on our vanity stool facing the vanity. I know what I saw. My sister does too. And her confirmation of her saying exactly this, it's clear as day in my memory, like I know, don't move. And she says with a big emphasis on the don't move part, just think about it. There's no way that the trick of the light could make a fully articulate grown woman moving, literally brushing her hair, and neither could a simple trick of the light make a highly ornate vintage brush. There's no way they aren't real, and she's just one of the encounters I've had. And I know I wasn't seeing things, because my sister saw exactly what I was seeing and was speaking to me fully awake, warning me not to make any sudden moves as to protect me from the unknown ghost. No matter what anybody says, they're real. And I'm a very science-based person, and sometimes a skeptic, but every time I even think that they're not real, I go back to that moment that, well, somebody else saw what I was seeing, and all these things I saw when I was young. Even my sister saw ghosts. In fact, it shaped her to become who she is to this day, and sorry, but raw evidence will always persuade me. Despite unscientifically, well, I guess how unscientific make no sense jumbo, because how that's scientifically possible unless we don't know as much about life in this world as we think we do. But they're real, and I have experiences to back that. A personal experience. Starting off when I was a kid, my parents ended up getting a divorce, so my brothers and I ended up staying with my dad on weekends, my mom on school days. My dad ended up finding a partner, and they quickly got a house together. She also had 2 kids, so me and my brothers had a room and her kids got a room. The house was nice, but it was really cheap to be what it was, and it was out in the country, so secluded as well. That's how it usually goes with these stories. Had a decent amount of land and an old barn. The barn was strange, thinking on it now that I'm older. There's a lot of bird cages along with tools and knives. My dad ended up getting rid of most of it. Possibly unrelated, down the hill there was a fire pit surrounded by a circle of crystallized rocks that were clearly out of place. And as a kid, my first reaction was to bust open all the rocks with my brothers to see if there were fossils inside. If anybody knows why that would be there, I'm open to ideas, because I've always wondered why somebody would do that. I also did that, and that is awesome. It was too far away from the fire pit to have anything to do with the fire, but maybe I'm just overthinking it. Anyways, after a few months, my dad and his partner ended their relationship, and she and her kids moved out. So their room stayed empty, and the door stayed shut, and the next few weeks went by fine. One weekend, though, we was getting ready for bed, and my dad always put on some banjo music to help us sleep. That was the only thing that'd pick up out there, and I fell asleep only to wake up a few hours later fully energized, with cold sweats. The radio had a lot of static, which was a bit uncommon for that station. Thought it could have been the clouds or something, and thought nothing of it. Eventually, I got up to use the bathroom. I go to the hallway, and I started hearing the sounds of boots walking in a circle rapidly in the empty room with absolutely nothing in it. I was maybe 5 feet away from the door, so I could hear it clearly. I instantly froze in fear, just staring at the door. After a few minutes, it just stops, and everything got so quiet. And all of a sudden, that bedroom door just swings open, and I hear the boots running toward me. Instantly panicked and fell on my butt and quickly picked myself up and ran to my dad's room. Woke my dad up and told him somebody broke in. He jumps out of bed, grabs his shotgun, and runs through the whole house, eventually checking windows and doors. All were locked. He got mad, realizing nothing was there, and said it was video games I played. Hadn't had an experience like that ever or since. And after about a year or 2, I got really into the paranormal. Shared the experience with one of my brothers. First time I ever told anyone the story. He said that he definitely thinks something was wrong with that house. He had a story of his own. He lived with my dad at the time and, told me one night he got up because he was hearing chains being dragged across the front porch. He went to check it out, but my dad was already at the front door with the light off, with a shotgun in his hand. He just looked at my brother and said, "It's okay, go back to sleep." Dad never did believe in the paranormal. Well, at least he acted like he didn't. I started to think he was only saying these things to keep us from getting scared or worried, and I still get cold chills just thinking about the whole experience. Had an experience last night. Normally, I let my 2 cats asleep on my bed. You occasionally feel them and hear them, you walking around or rearranging like normal. But a few days ago, I had an emergency surgery. After coming home and laying down to rest, because I need to lay in a specific way and I'm in a lot of pain, I went ahead and kept both of my cats out of the bedroom and closed the door. Ended up having an experience where I was laying on my side, facing the wall and dresser. Behind my back, in the center of the bed, I could clearly feel slight indentations on the bed, from what I thought and felt like paw steps, whether it be a dog or cat or even very small spirit somethings. I waited for a bit to see if it would stop. I then felt it go down below my feet and started coming up the other side right in front of me. So before it got up that high, I spoke out and I said, "Please leave me alone. I'm trying to heal after surgery. I'm in pain." The steps stopped for maybe 30 seconds before starting back up again. I then turned the flashlight on my phone, flashed the entire room, just to make sure nobody's Houdini that happened to sneak in. There was nothing visible in the room, so I turned the flashlight back off. I say out loud that you're not welcome here right now. I need my rest and to work on my recovery. And this will not help me feel better, so can you please leave now? It stopped. Then this morning, I'm telling my boyfriend about the encounter the previous night, and as I'm going through and describing everything in detail, all of a sudden I had no headache previously and suddenly slammed with a severe pain in my right temple. I then tell him how strange it is that I suddenly had pain in my temples. I feel like this is causing it. I don't think it wants us talking about it. Then he said to me with a kind of spooked look in his face at the same time that I was telling him about it, and he also got the severe pain in his temples. Because this is so lengthy, I was just talk texting, and in the process of telling this now, I have pain up in my temples again. Please don't think it's because I'm stressed or can't handle the fact that there's some sort of strange entity, because I often am like sensing spirits. I've even helped people with the black shadow figure issue. I've actually even closed a portal in my old house. However, I could not sense any actual true energy from this thing. Usually the energy will let me know whether it's good or neutral or of evil intent. I like my people to be like that too. Sweet dreams. See ya. Every town has its dark corner. Every legend, a sliver of truth. At Paranormal M, we peel back the surface to reveal what lies beneath. Subscribe if you're ready to face what others deny. I think I pissed something off at my mom's house. Context. Me and my younger brother were visiting my mom for the most recent Memorial Day. Her home is 2 stories in a nice suburban, I'm assuming neighborhood, not a car. She lives with her boyfriend and his daughter and son, plus my baby brother. I have 2 brothers. Everyone's bedroom is up on the 2nd floor, except for my stepsister's. For this trip, my brother had an air mattress in the baby brother's room, and I slept downstairs on a couch in the living room. As we've done many times before, really. The weekend was super fun, relaxed, and every night I slept peacefully and comfortably. Except for the last one. It was around 1 a.m. My mom had finished showing me the first episodes of Yellow Jackets, which she's obsessed with, by the way. That's factor 1. That show is creepy as hell, but by no means is it the worst I've seen. Factor 2, I also had smoked weed about 3 hours prior. Also relevant, but I want to convey that I'm no stranger to smoking, and know when it has worn off. I was definitely sober by the time we all headed to bed, but I want to cover all the facts. It is relevant. Everyone except me went upstairs. My stepsister was already in bed and had been asleep for a while. I showered, I packed my stuff because we were leaving the next morning. Laid down on the couch, to scroll on Pinterest and get sleepy. Right about here is where I began to feel this off feeling. The room felt emptier, like there was more space, like something was missing and I couldn't put my finger on it. It's not silent. There's fish and turtle tanks with active pumps in the room and a fan sitting in the coffee table behind my head pointing over me. It's pushing air away from me, and it's not dark. Some reptile lights in the room have night mode. The living room is also the reptile room, by the way. My point is it's not creepy, and I'm not at all alone. And this was the first time I'd felt anything like this in this room, or in this house in general. Reminder, I had slept just fine the 3 previous nights. Anyway, I'm just laying there, scrolling on my phone, ignoring the off feeling, when suddenly I hear 3 distinct loud clicks come from the entranceway of the hallway leading to the garage. The best way I can describe it is the click somebody makes when trying to coax a cat to come to them, And I froze, fully expecting my sister to walk out of the hallway leading, which is also leading to her room. But nothing happens. I then start running down options. What could have made that sound? A faulty light? There's no flickering. An animal? None of the reptiles present have that kind of capabilities. My sister, well, maybe, but what was she doing? Why didn't I hear her door? She's been asleep for hours, and she is a heavy sleeper. Machine? Maybe, but which one? I've never made that noise before. And I do want to stress that it sounded like a person clicking their tongue. Even if you spelled tongue wrong, I still think I know what you're saying. No gears or electricity, and even anything dropping because I looked. Context on myself and this house. I do believe in the paranormal, more so spiritual. It's cheesy to say I run through my options first before saying something is paranormal, but I do, and I'm a huge skeptic because I want to find real proof. That is, until it fucking happens to me. I now have 2 encounters that I can't explain and were fucking terrifying and not fun in the moment. This house is new for my mom. About 6 months she lived there. She's pretty spiritual too, and so far she says she's felt like there was an energy in the house. And there was one, but she hadn't felt it in a while. I bring this up as it's pretty relevant too. After I run out of explanations for the clicks, I start to remember my mom's account of the energy she sensed before. To me, the bill fits. The weird noise and the oppressive off feeling. The possibility I'm not alone is now running through my mind, but it hasn't hurt me this whole time, and I'm tired, so I just go back to scrolling my phone and try to ignore the paranoia. I lay there, my knees up to my blanket. I move from Pinterest to YouTube to watch one of my comfort content creators, because the uncomfortable feeling isn't going away. Couldn't really find safety in it because every time I would get too engrossed in the video, a hair would glide across my knee. I would reach for it and brush it away, and it would stop and then start up again. I get agitated and look for the hair, but I can't find it. This goes on for maybe 3 rounds of me feeling for the hair tickle and brushing it away, and it stops and then starts up again. All the while, this off feeling stays consistent. Not getting worse, not lessening, just staying still, making the room feel stuffy. I finally get pissed with the hair and I go for my blanket. Grab it and start to pull it over me. And there's this weird, vivid moment of me noticing that a portion of my blanket is draped over the couch arm. It's hanging out of sight. And I'm suddenly scared to pull it because, well, I'm terrified it will maybe go taut like something has it snagged. Well, thankfully, that doesn't happen, and I pull it over and onto myself, getting comfortable again. Finally, I start feeling secure, and I'm engrossed in my video and starting to get sleepy, and I've pretty much calmed down, and the off feeling goes to the back of my mind. It's not gone, it just seems to have lost interest, or so I thought. Next to the couch is a 2-level coffee table. On the lower level is some newspapers laying secure on some toys. My brother has been playing with it earlier that day. I'm laying there and I'm watching the video, when suddenly a sheet of the newspaper moves from the coffee table, drags across the floor towards me, fast. It only moves a couple of inches, but it's loud and it's sudden, and I have no fucking idea what caused it. I don't fucking stick around to ask either. I'm on my feet and my phone in hand because it's already there, and, well, scrambling over to the couch and to the stairs, which I just fly up because I'm so out of my mind scared, really. The next thing I know, I'm in my mom's room, standing over her, telling her what just happened, and, well, she's very sleepy. Just offers me to sleep with her, and her boyfriend's at work, so I crawl into bed without much of an option, really, and I wasn't about to go back downstairs. I'm in shock, laying there watching Seinfeld playing quietly on her TV. She doesn't start talking to me seriously until she sees that I'm still not calm after 10 minutes. We talked through it, and she just says it was yellow jackets in the weed, and listen. I would take that explanation for everything. Well, everything else. Except the newspaper. It drug toward me, against the airflow of the fan behind me. It was loud and the movement was violent. I don't know how else to explain it. 1 minute the room was silent, and then all hell broke loose. Furthermore, the torment didn't even stop after I went to sleep with Mom. The off feeling came back, and every time she would fall asleep, more shit would happen. The worst being me watching TV, and out of the corner of my eye, I see a white shirt in her closet move. I keep hearing my name. B. It's like harshly whispered. Like when I'm on the verge of falling asleep, promptly waking me up and not letting me rest. And yeah, this sounds a bit like classic paranoia, but I want to convey that I was pretty persistent throughout the whole night. Well, at least at hearing these things. And another person, my mother, didn't make it stop. I don't know, I just needed to share, and it was scary, and I kept getting this feeling like I was being punished by it. For what, who knows, but I'm not a saint, and I had been fighting with my brother a lot this weekend, so look, I don't know. Whatever it was, paranoia or otherwise, tormented me the entire night. Maybe it was the weed, maybe it was the yellow jackets. Experienced everything that night, and it's not recorded. I have no proof, and it sounds like paranoia, and most likely is paranoia. Except what that newspaper did, and that was pretty much going to bother me because I can't explain it. College room incident. My freshman year of college was strange for many reasons. It was the height of the shutdown during 2020. That, and being in a new town far from family and trying to navigate a lot of very tough emotions and new realities. I was pretty vulnerable at the time. I wasn't necessarily happy, but I will say I found a deep peace in college. That mainly being because I had a lot of time to myself. See, I started out the year with a roommate, which was fun and all. However, when she dropped out and left me a dorm to myself for free, I wasn't complaining. I made the space mine, my own little paradise where I could escape to. It was small, and space for 2 people to have an 8x8 space to themselves, not including a small sink and mirror. When you entered through the door and turned to your left, you would see the 2 beds side by side with their respective closets. Turn to the right, and there would be a mounted shelf above 2 desks, also side by side. My desk was the one closest to the door, and I feel that's pretty relevant. It was a 7-story dorm. I was at the top. No upstairs neighbors and a gorgeous view all to myself. I loved the dorm. I think of it fondly. Well, regardless of this event I'm about to relate to you. My favorite thing to do was sit at my desk and draw, listening to music late into the night, which is exactly what I was doing when it happened. I was late, thinking 1 a.m. Saturday night. No classes to get up for, so I could stay up for as long as I wanted, no consequence. Headphones were blaring, hair up, which was relevant. Comfy clothes so I could just jump into bed the moment I started feeling sleepy. I did have a TV in my room, and it was playing Let's Play Quietly. I always had that going as background noise. Game grumps mainly. Night had been normal, no drugs, no alcohol, nothing but maybe sleep deprivation. I'm leaning over my X-Pen tablet drawing, fully engrossed, and in my music too. Remember the drawing I was working on, even the exact detail I was doing at that moment. 1 second I was happy as a lark, just kind of minding my business. The next I was suddenly aware of a strange pressure. It was slowly pushing down on my back and my neck, and snapped me out of my thoughts. For a split second, I was so confused and dazed by the sudden contact. Not sure what was happening at all. At once my body and my brain realized what it was. It was someone's finger that was pushing down on my spine. Someone was touching me. I screamed, launching up from my chair to spin around, fully expecting somebody to be there inside my dorm. But it was empty. Everything was still. Nothing had been disturbed, and the door was still locked. I just stood there against my desk, frozen. I was too terrified to move, trying to make sense of what just happened. Probably about 40 seconds of just waiting for something, and then I called my mom, told her what happened, and she assures me I'm okay and stays on the phone as I check my whole dorm. No one was there, and my desk is right by the door. If it had opened, I would have seen it open. It never did. I'm still alone. I'm safe. Nothing more happened that night. I had to just assure myself it was my imagination. But I replayed that moment, that feeling on the back of my neck. I can feel it now as I type this. The next day I told my friend about it. Had her touch the back of my neck, and it was the exact same feeling. Someone's finger pressing firmly down on the top of my spine. It's the only way I've been able to replicate it. My hairs never caused it, no clothes, no body ache or cramp, and it was bizarre. And I have no explanation for it to this day. Maybe I was just sleep deprived, or maybe there had been something in my dorm trying to get my attention. I don't know. Nothing notable ever happened again, and nothing like that. Wanted to share this experience as it's one of my weirdest. Has anyone else experienced something similar? I'd love to hear your thoughts. The static. Every night, if I woke up, I would see what I can only describe as static. Little particles forming different shapes and dancing around every corner of the house. One night, this static formed an image of a man with a mustache, dressed in nice clothes, standing right next to our big clock. Fast forward to the future, and we're going through old family albums, and I'd never seen before these things with my mom. I stumbled across a huge photo with over 30 people in it, standing side by side. I point to a man with a mustache and say to my mom, I've seen him before. Turns out that this was my deceased great-great-grandfather, and the clock he was standing beside was his clock we inherited. The static world after that started to scare me, and the last night I saw the static was the scariest. I was asleep over at my grandparents' house. Me and my sister were sleeping in the same bed, and my grandparents were asleep down the hall. I awoke in the middle of the night to find the world around me covered in static. I wanted so badly to go to sleep, but I couldn't, and I saw my sister beside me. She was pinned straight asleep in her bed. I shook and I shook her, but she would not awake, and I even remember yelling absolutely nothing. I got up and I wanted to try to make my way to my grandparents, but the static started forming really scary things that I won't share. I was just begging that the static people wouldn't notice me, and I walked slowly and quietly, and finally reached my grandparents' room that felt so far away. I was shocked to find them in the exact sleeping position as my sister was in, and they would not move or wake up, and I was horrified. I swiftly made it back to my room and tried not to look at anything going on around me, and instantly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, my sister told me that she woke up in the middle of the night, and I would not wake up. She then described what she saw, and it was the exact same thing that I had seen. Before this, I had no idea she saw the static too. I was shocked, and we pieced it together that she woke up at the same time I fell back asleep. Now in our adult life, we still sometimes talk about it, and we later found out her mom had the same experience too. It's very strange, and I wonder if there's anyone else who's seen this static. I am 99% sure our house used to be haunted. My parents separated 10 years ago when I was still a minor. We sold our house the same year, and oh boy, none of us was mad about it. The funniest part is that my mom and me only talked about it after the house was sold, because we both felt crazy for believing that there was something wrong with the house itself. Now, this isn't the typical we saw ghosts story, because, well, we didn't. It started very tame, actually. Of course, the house was built right next to a small forest, but it wasn't exactly in the middle of nowhere. Imagine a small town with a path that leads to the forest, but there are houses built on one side of the path and the forest starts growing on the other side. During our very first year living there, we already had to deal with all three: fire, water, storm. Our neighbor had left on the grill. One of the trees in his garden caught fire, and the flames reached over into our garden. Luckily, my dad was a night owl and noticed that his garage was burning. Nothing happened to us, and he even managed to save his car, but having to deal with a fire so early certainly left an impression. A few months later, our entire basement got flooded. No, there wasn't a flood, it simply rained very heavily. My parents figured out afterwards how to deal with the rain, but the water was an issue until we sold the house. During a storm toward the end of the year, a tree on our property fell into the roof of our house. And again, nothing happened to us, but at this point, my parents were already very much done mentally. Oh my God, leg cramp. Oh no. The older I got, the more I noticed that my parents changed as well. My dad got depressed and my mom developed paranoia. She was barely able to sleep throughout the night, and the tiniest sound would wake her up and send her over the edge, and I too got paranoid. Both my parents worked full-time, so I was usually home alone during the day. Normally, as a teenager, that sounds absolutely fantastic, but I hated it because truth is I never actually felt alone. When I came home, I would start checking every single room in the house, including my parents' bedroom, and then I would turn on the TV to make sure I wasn't able to hear anything scary. Not that I'd ever heard anything scary, but I was so sure that there was something else with me, other than the leg cramp. To this day, I don't know how to properly explain why I felt what I felt, and usually I would simply do my thing at one point, but this eerie feeling started creeping up on me like a cramp in my leg trying to kill me. My heart began beating really fast, and I started shaking. Sometimes, I'd even lock myself up in my room and urge like a plan to escape through the window if I ever needed one. Mind you, I was maybe, at the time, 14 or 15. There was one incident that really made me believe in ghosts. We had a regular entrance door, and there were 2 more doors, and it was a bit weird, but anyway. The second door was the only door that was made out of metal, and it was a really heavy door. We needed some force to open it, and it would always make this distinctive screeching sound. One evening, I was playing some games on my mom's PC in the living room. My dad was on his PC next to mine, and my mom was asleep, and suddenly I heard how the metal door opened, and I turned to my dad and asked, "Why is Mom leaving the house this time?" Ow! My dad was confused, and he asked what I meant, and I explained that I just heard the door opening. My dad went and checked, and the door was closed. My mom was sleeping in her bed peacefully. Well, needless to say, I wasn't sleeping peacefully for a few nights to come. There were a bunch of other things that happened while living there. My mom developed asthma, and when we moved out, we realized that there was mold behind almost every piece of furniture. Our neighbor decided to pass on her own terms, and another neighbor found her. When her husband moved out and another couple moved in, one of their trees crashed into her fence. And literally a month after they moved in, when we discovered that the fence was made of asbestos. Jesus. A fence made of asbestos. Okay, whatever. I could go on and on, so after we sold the house, my mom summed it up perfectly. I always felt like this house simply did not want us there. I saw a cat-looking demon walking upright when I was just a toddler. This had happened when I was a toddler, around 3. And I'm certain this is not something I imagined, since I was strangely aware even at that age, and remember pissing in my diapers and drinking from a baby bottle. I'm 21 now, and I still can't explain what the hell happened, so I'll start with the story. I was laying in the crib that was in my parents' bedroom, looking around, I guess. The lights were turned off, but the door was slightly open, and the TV was on with no sound. There was no one in the room except for me and my baby sister, but she was around 1 at the time and, well, asleep. My crib was right in front of the TV, positioned right below my sister's diagonally across from my parents' bed, so from my point of view I could only see the TV. And out of nowhere I saw this creature. It was passing by my crib, and it looked like a black cat walking upright. It's just that it had no facial features. It was tall, and it looked shadowy. Yeah, I could see the outline of the cat-looking ears and the body, but it looked like a well-defined black smoke or something. I remember being calm, and I wasn't scared at all at the exact moment, but it stuck with me. Around 6, I started having dreams about it. It would beat me and humiliate me and try to kill me or my family members, impersonate them, try to get me, and it lasted until maybe around 11. Told my parents about it when we were in a car one day, and I remember my dad's reaction like it was yesterday. He was scared as shit, and he's an Orthodox Christian, extremely religious. And since I could speak properly, I knew how to pray, and I started praying in dreams, and sometimes it would go away. Sometimes it wouldn't. He insisted on it being a demon since he saw something similar when he was 20, and the difference is that he accidentally astrally projected and saw it, but still. I'm not religious anymore, so we have different views on the situation, but still, to this day, I think about it and I'm scared I'm going to see it someday again. And I also have crazy intuition and can sense things. I've had different paranormal experiences, but this one was the worst. I don't know. I'm just looking for somebody who had something similar happen to them. I need an explanation. Everything I'm going to say is real. I've always been able to see shadows, the kind that can only be seen out of the corner of my eye. I always thought it was my imagination, but in this last month everything changed. I'd already gotten used to seeing those shadows, so I no longer gave them importance. It's just my imagination, I told myself. But about a month and a half ago, I was sleeping in my room. I always sleep with my door open because if I don't really feel like it, I'm like suffocating if I don't, basically. It was about 11 p.m. and my sister woke up to go to the bathroom. And when she passed by my room, she swore she saw a huge shadow right at the door of my room. But the shadow didn't see her. It seemed like her attention was on me. She didn't see it. She told me because she was afraid that that thing knew that she could see it. She went to look for my mom, and they searched the internet for something to sort of, make that thing move away from me. All this without me knowing, by the way. They did everything from burning sage all over the house, and they even put a circle of salt that surrounds my entire room. I think that only made it worse. Since the day they found out about the grained salt inside my room, I had a recurring nightmare. It's always the same. The dream begins in my room. I'm lying in my bed and I have that feeling that someone is staring at me. And that scares me very much. I always get up and leave my house and toward the street, but everything outside looks very different. It's as if it were in ruins. I run because something is chasing me. And every time I try to hide, it finds me. But I had not been able to see what it really looked like until last night. The whole dream happened exactly the same as the previous days, but this time when I finally managed to hide from him, I simply woke up. It was still early morning because it was very dark and I could barely see. I felt a strange humming sound, as if the walls were vibrating, and that feeling again, that feeling that someone was watching me. I just turned my eyes toward the door of my room. There he was. At first he only showed his head and one of his hands through the doorframe. It was very scary because I was definitely not a human. His face had no eyes or nose, only a very big and disgusting mouth with many rotten teeth. His hand was very skinny and long. I thought he was still sleeping. I was just trying to think of something else so that way maybe my mind would simply change the scene. It didn't work. I think he realized that I was awake, and he started to enter my room while he was singing a song with a slightly distorted voice and in a mocking tone. The lyrics were something like, "If you see a bow tie, it means I'm already here. If you see my bow tie, it means that I came for you." His voice was heard very close, as if it were, like, I don't know, maybe sung directly into my ear. It kept coming in. My survival instinct was activated. Jumped up from my bed and tried to find my cell phone to call my mom, but I was shaking so much that I couldn't even unlock my cell phone. That's when that thing completely entered my room, and I managed to see it completely. It was very tall. Even when I was in my room, I couldn't stand up. It was like it was, well, I'm sure it couldn't stand up. It was like a hunchback, very close to the ceiling. I only saw its long, skinny arms stretch out toward me. I felt myself fainting. The only thing I could do at that moment was shrink in the corner of my room as if in a fetal position. I tried to hit the wall and the floor so that someone would maybe hear me and wake up to help me, but it didn't work. That thing was slowly approaching, while somewhat faint laughter could be heard until it was in the front of me. I couldn't help but raise my head, and it was as if it forced me to do so. It was less than a meter away from me. Its skin was very pale gray and shiny, as if I was surrounded by slime. I couldn't move. I don't know if it was because of, the fear, or because I was under the control of that creature. I felt a horrible cold all over my body, and I only saw how, its face got closer to me until it was centimeters away from me. I managed to lower my head and screamed like I'd never done before. A few seconds later, I saw how the lights in the living room turned on and my mother entered my room, and I saw me there in the corner of my room in a fetal position looking at the floor, covered in sweat. I couldn't sleep again, and I was awake until dawn. When it was already morning, I went into my room to look for my phone, and I found it underneath the bed, and when I looked for it, I realized that the circle of salt that surrounded my room was no longer there. Just a completely solid accumulation of salt came from the corners of my room. Since yesterday morning, I've been very nauseous. Can't eat or drink anything. That's because I vomit it. And although everything seems to be normal around me, I feel out of place, as if not belonging here.
Okay, now you just gotta not speak. All the sound of that, it will go away with my automatic filter, but the speaking it'll pick up purposely. Still not sure what was wrong with that house. As a kid, 1 to 9 years old, I lived in a large log house in rural Texas. My sibling wasn't born until I was 7 years old, so it was just me and my parents in the house. My parents considered it to be their dream house, but in reality it had a lot of issues, like poor insulation leading to cracks between the logs. There were a couple of spots you could literally see outside through. The house sat on a lot of land, but had been built in the mid-'80s, so it wasn't very old when we moved in around 1994. house was 2 stories, with a large, open living room, a kitchen and dining room area, and a hallway that led to my parents' master bedroom. And then a stairwell that led to 2 large bedrooms and a bathroom upstairs. The first few things I can remember happened when I was really young, maybe 4 or 5. I wouldn't look down the hallway to my parents' room because I would see the figure of a little boy standing about halfway down the hallway with a shaggy dog. He was never there for long, and it seemed like he showed up more frequently after my sibling was born. I didn't feel threatened by the boy and the dog, but I didn't really like to look right at them. My bedroom was up the stairs to the right, and I hated going up there by myself at any time of the day, but especially at night. I felt watched, and at night I would hear footsteps coming up the stairs. The footsteps never got closer. They always just sounded like they were the same distance away, if that makes sense. I hated going to bed in that bedroom, and I would beg my parents to stay a little longer or maybe read me one more book. They still joke about this. I had horrible, graphic nightmares up until a few years after we moved out of that house. The worst was the man who would stand by my mom's side of the bed, and that was when I was brushing my teeth at night. You could see into my parents' bedroom from their bathroom vanity mirror, and I always brushed my teeth and got ready for bed from their bathroom. There'd be a tall man wearing a wide-brimmed hat. They stood and stared at me from their bedroom. Later, I realized he fit the description of a shadow person. He didn't have any features, but I could tell he was looking at me. He's still one of my worst memories from that house. Maybe just because of how frequently he was there. By far, the creepiest memory I have of this time is like I was sick and maybe with the flu or something. My mom had to go into work for half a day, and I know I should have been home alone around 8 by myself. But it was like 2001. I was laying on the couch watching TV, and I started to hear something calling my name in a sing-song voice from the stairwell. I remember being so scared that I couldn't move, and I wondered if that was sleep paralysis. I've never had it before or since then, if it was. I have a few family members who refused to be in our house by themselves, especially one aunt who would never be left alone there even for a few minutes. I didn't tell my parents anything about the house, until after we'd moved out anyway. I always just told them I'm scared, but never elaborated on why. Years later, I was about 13. We were on a family vacation, and I finally told my mother. She told me she had experienced some of the same things, like hearing her name called from somewhere else in the house and having weird dreams. When I was an adult, I asked my dad if he had ever seen or heard anything, and he said, "There's something horrible about that damn bathroom." I always thought someone was walking past the door, and there were a few times that I called out for your mom, and that was because I thought I just saw someone out of the corner of my eye. That's what he said. He went on to tell me he also hated the way the staircase felt, and said that even in the middle of the day, the stairs were just spooky for no reason. Let me tell you a little story. I hope you enjoy it, and yeah, this really happened. Back in 2016, I went on a family vacation with my dad, and his wife, and my aunt, who is my dad's sister. We traveled through several places in Morocco, just enjoying the road trip. One day, we had a log drive to Agadir, a very touristy spot in southern Morocco known for its beach, shops, and restaurants, and apparently the beautiful boulevard. We drove for about 12 hours and arrived later in the evening. Everyone was tired except for me. While the others went to bed, I decided to head out to the boulevard and enjoy a drink, relaxing in the warm summer evening breeze. My dad told me to knock on the door when I got back, and he would open it for me. As I was sitting there, drinking and enjoying the night, I started to feel something unexplainable. I felt like something was about to happen, but I shrugged it off, thinking I was just tired. Around 3 a.m., I decided it was time to head back and get some sleep. I took a cab back and knocked on the door, and my dad opened it. Now, my dad always greets me the same way. He says, "Hi, son," whether it's in person or on WhatsApp or on a phone call. He stood there in the doorway and said, "Hi, son, how was it?" Told him it was fine, but I was ready for bed, and he nodded and said yes. As I walked inside, I faintly heard from behind me in the hallway, "Hi, son." Didn't think much of it. I figured I was just hearing things because I was so tired. So I went to the bathroom to brush my teeth. I didn't think much of it. I figured I was hearing things because I was so tired. So I went to the bathroom to brush my teeth. My aunt and I are sharing the same bedroom. She was sleeping in the bed by the window, and I was in the bed against the wall. When I walked toward the room and tried to enter, I suddenly felt a strong force push against my chest, as if something was trying to stop me from going in. I was startled, and I stepped back, but I shrugged it off, and when I tried to enter the room a second time, I felt the same push, but since I had convinced myself it was just because I was tired, I ignored it and I just went to bed. Once I was lying down, I fell asleep, but felt like I was still awake, and within about 5 minutes, all the lights in the room turned on, and I couldn't move, and I heard strange noises coming from my aunt's bed. I tried with all my strength to look in her direction, but I couldn't move a muscle. Then I heard her name, or rather, her call my name, tell me to look. I managed to turn my head slightly, and what I saw terrified me. Blood was streaming from her eyes. She was holding a knife, and she screamed that she was going to kill me. I have never in my entire life felt fear like that. I was shouting and begging her to stop when all of a sudden I heard my dad's voice pleading with me to wake up. I remember thinking, "Wake up, I am awake." That was when I realized I was actually asleep, because his voice kept getting louder and more urgent. I tried my best to snap out of it, and eventually I did. When I finally woke up, my dad was sitting behind me, holding me up and trying to comfort me. His wife looked shocked, and my aunt was sitting on her bed, pale as a ghost, with her head between her knees. I was still overwhelmed by extreme fear, but also completely disoriented. The fear was so intense and present that I rushed to the toilet to throw up, and afterwards my dad told me we were leaving the house first thing in the morning. When I returned to my room, my aunt still looked completely drained and unusually pale. I asked her what had happened. She said that she had a bad dream too. I asked her what she had dreamt. She told me she saw red everywhere, had a knife in her hand, and felt an overwhelming urge to kill me. We left the house and never came back. I need to get this story off my chest. I was wondering if anybody knows what this could be. I'm a pretty skeptical person. I always find some way to rationalize something scary or unsettling. But no matter how hard I try, I just can't understand what happened to me and my friends back in 2021. I was at a cemetery close to their house. It was late at night. Me and my two friends, Marina and Jake, which are fake names for privacy reasons, thought a nice activity for the evening would be to place roses on headstones that looked like they hadn't been visited in a long time in a cemetery nearby. I have done this before, but only during the daytime, and this time it was almost midnight, and thought with flashlights it wouldn't be a problem. We started at the front of the cemetery and planned to make our way down, reading the names and dates of each grave, noting how abandoned they looked and putting a rose on ones that we deemed fit. About 5 minutes in, I heard a quick whistle from the back of the cemetery. I was taken aback a bit, but I just thought it's probably my imagination or something. Especially since I have a fear of the dark, and therefore was already on edge. But a few seconds later, there was another whistle. I turned to my friends and asked, "Did you guys hear that?" Both Marina and Jake denied hearing anything, so I just tried to ignore it. But a couple more whistles later, and Marina went, "Oh shit, I heard that." So I wasn't crazy. The whistles then began to hop from side to side of the cemetery, and eventually Jake noticed and said, "I hear it too." Tried to mimic the whistle again. And I'm a skeptical person, but I know one thing: never whistle back. I hit Jake lightly and whispered, "Why the fuck would you whistle back?" And the whistle promptly got louder and closer, coming from all different sides of the cemetery. Fight or flight kicked in and started booking it, and my friends followed my lead, and we ran to the car and got the hell out of there. Now, a couple possibly random things followed, or could be related somehow. If we were driving away and passing the gate, my back windshield wiper got ripped off. Ripped off? I drove the two of them home, and they're related, so they lived together and on a family-owned ranch. Within a week after, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. I didn't sleep because of the paranoia and the anxiety. When I did sleep, I started to have reoccurring nightmares about getting bitten and attacked by rabid animals. Anything from rats to wolves. Those still have never stopped to this day. But Jake and Marina had it worse. That following week, various animals on their ranch turned up injured or dead. Chickens or goats, but a strange amount of them. And then Jake's cat went missing suddenly. She hasn't ever been found dead or alive, and Jake still is mourning the loss of his best friend. As much as I want to justify or brush off all of this as a coincidence, I can't help but wonder if this is something that all had to do with what we experienced at the cemetery. Has anybody had a similar experience before and know what it was or what happened? Or is this a reasonable explanation? I have theories on what it could be, but I'm not sure, so please let me know what you think. My mom and I both heard each other's voice call our names. Still freaks us out years later. This happened 4 years ago in the last house my family owned. I'll preface by saying it wasn't the first strange experience that we had in that house, but it was definitely the most unsettling. I recently read a similar story and wondering if anybody has thoughts. The house we lived in was pretty unassuming, the oldest in our neighborhood, but not necessarily old by most standards. We moved in about 15 years earlier, and my brother and I lived there until we went off to university. And over the years, my mother and I had several strange experiences, but couldn't explain them. But neither my father nor younger brother experienced much. They tended to make fun of us for what we did experience. It says Dia, but did, I'm guessing. The incidents were never consistent, and it wasn't like the same thing kept happening. They were occurring randomly, and sometimes months or even years apart, so if you never connected them, they could all feel like one-offs. And sometimes it was just my mom experiencing it, sometimes it was just me, and occasionally both of us at the same time. Our cat, who we got about 6 years after moving in, also would occasionally just puff up and hiss at our staircase out of nowhere. Sometimes at other spots in the house, but most often the stairs for really no reason at all. So I heartedly believed that maybe we just had a weird little ghost that never wanted to show its face to the guys. Up until this last experience, which had me second-guessing what it was. My experience. When this last incident happened, We were in the middle of packing to move, and I'd come home to help as my parents sold their house during COVID, and I had an incredibly quick closing date. Left them just 14 days to pack up 3 levels of a house, and we'd lived in it for 15 years. We'd all gone to bed around 11, and as I usually need some time to decompress, I stayed up in bed to read. And around 12:30, I distinctly heard my mom's voice loudly call my name. It wasn't frantic, but it was enough to get me up and opening my door pretty quickly. As I opened the door down the hall at the other end of my house, my mom opened her door, looking clearly, sleep-mused or mussed. And irritated, and she asked, "What?" A little taken aback, I said to her, "What do you mean, what? You just called me." She looked at me a bit confused and said, "What are you talking about? You just woke me up out of a dead sleep because you called out Mom." And what followed was an irritable minute or two of bickering. "No, you called me. No, I heard you call me. I was asleep. Why would I call you?" "I don't know. That's why I opened the door." We'd both heard our own names being called, and the voice being distinctly each other's. It hit us pretty quickly that neither of us could explain it. I just told her it sounded like her voice, and it had come from downstairs on our main level. My mom agreed that it sounded that way for her, too. We literally scoured the entire house for anything that could have made noise. But nothing was on. No one was around. No one was outside. We lived in a detached house in a very quite rural and small neighborhood. Hardly even heard neighbors talking outside, let alone something like this, which clearly sounded like it was coming from within our house. After checking out the house, we decided to try and let it go for the night. Talked the next day. Went back to my room to try and continue to read, but I found myself a bit preoccupied, for obvious reasons. About 20 minutes after, I had settled back into bed and something just crashed in the bedroom, which scared the shit out of an already unnerved me, let me tell you. So, while I was home, I had been sleeping in my brother's old childhood bedroom. This room had a wall of shelving that held his childhood toys. When I went to investigate, I noticed one of his toys had fallen off the top shelf out of nowhere. It crashed down behind a desk. The shelves hadn't been touched in years, and while we were in the process of packing, I hadn't even begun to touch his bedroom yet. None of those toys were precariously placed, and I had been stationary in bed for almost a half hour. I immediately rolled over and tried to force my brain into believing nothing was happening to trick and go to sleep. And even though I was kind of shitting a brick, over the last few years, my mom and I have talked about it a few times, and we're still completely stumped. While we'd had a number of experiences in the house before, we'd never heard voices, or at least not that we were aware of. And the fact that both of us heard it means that it, couldn't have been some kind of fatigue-related auditory hallucination. Like I mentioned earlier, we've had some pretty odd experiences in the house in the past. Heard something running through the upstairs hallway once, sounded like a child or an animal. Constant feelings of something smallish jump onto the bed, but what we assumed was our cat was never the case. He was either already on the bed or somewhere else in the house, and with no cat in sight. I heard our dining room chair moving downstairs one night, across our kitchen tiles, and this was pre-cat, so not even a possibility of it being him. And all of our doors and windows were locked. I always felt uneasy in the basement house. Well, the basement of the house. It was a normal finished basement, but I never got rid of the eerie feeling. I felt that while I was down there. There's definitely more of that happening, but wanted to give at least a few other instances for some context, because as weird and unsettling as some of these felt in the moment, never felt unnerved as I really did during this specific night. Something about this experience, my mom's voice, really got to me in a way that no other experience ever did. And to this day, it's the only experience I ever had that truly made me feel genuinely scared. We always joked that we had a ghost cat or something since it seemed small, but After this night, I think my mom and I both lost that feeling, and the comfort that went along with it. I felt it could be something not quite as innocent. Some people we've told have said it could be a mimic, but wouldn't we have heard the same voice and not completely different words in each other's voice? What did I encounter? And what can I do? A man was shot to death in 2007 while living in my home. Another man was shot to death in the home in 2012. In 2016, a man died in the home from naturally deemed causes. In 2021, a woman died after getting cancer and abruptly dying. Our records only go back to 1977. Fast forward, my wife, 4-year-old daughter, and I moved in February of 2024. And things started like any other home. It was old and renovated, and we were enjoying the new space. However, almost within weeks of moving into the home, I started experiencing mysterious illnesses. The doctors couldn't explain them. First, it was the gout. Well, that seems easy to explain. It inflamed both of my feet, and I'm 27 years old at the time, perfectly healthy. My doctor said there's no apparent cause, as my blood doesn't have enough acidic material to even come close to producing gout. All the while, I lose a local election, and I had good odds of winning. My tenants stop paying and destroying my property. My wife loses her job. I lose $15,000 in property damages. I get hit with a random tax bill for $10,000 and a DUI driver hits my car, destroying it while parked at our house. I also sell a company and don't get paid. Still, having all of that by 27 is pretty good, but within 6 months of living there, my entirety goes from 2,400,000 to 200,000. My bank goes from 130,000 to 5,000 tops. Hard time feeling bad for you, dude. Everything I had was lost. I have to get a job while I sue the people who took my business and its assets without paying myself and my partners. But I can't seem to keep a job. I'm tired because of cuts or random events removing my position. Typically within a month of working. And then it happens. My wife is scratched with a massive 3-scratch mark down her arm. It's so apparent that I wrote it off as her doing it in her sleep, maybe. Soon after, it was like every night a new smoke alarm would go off in the middle of the night. We replaced the batteries and they would still go off. We had disconnected every smoke detector in our home just to sleep. Meanwhile, my illnesses continue. I begin passing out and going to the hospital for stroke and heart attack-like symptoms. I even faint completely where my wife says that I was saying, "Look up, look up, look up," over and over again. We never understood it. And again, every time my doctors and, the emergency room, they're all saying there's nothing wrong. I couldn't have these symptoms. Eventually, I have to sell off all of my rental properties to survive. I'm losing money hand over fist, and we received about $26,000 after expenses, debts, and repairs. We decided to reinvest every dollar into our future. I sent my wife to school to get a certificate for a career. Couldn't get a job with it. I invested in a new property and lost all of the money. Put myself back in school for a license with the state as a general appraiser. And again, within a month I lose my job over no fault of my own, in quotes. They can't use any of my certifications. Things get worse in the home. We start to notice things my wife's been noticing since we moved in. One night at 3 a.m, a massive crash wakes up the whole house. It's so loud we believe somebody tried to break down her door. I walk out to the living room and I see all of her photos and canvas on the floor. It was shocking and scary. For the first time in the home, I felt scared. The photos were on all four walls in the living room, and the only place we had photos. All four walls of photos down, and hooks and nails were still on the wall. I was shook, and I couldn't sleep, and I tried to put it behind me, but I can't seem to explain what happened. At this point, we had had another daughter in the home, just a baby. We're about 14 months into living there. When we moved, my wife's younger 14-year-old sister, we moved her into the home for the summer. And she's immediately scratched night one in the home. I once again don't believe it, and I'm also feeling very depressed, financially drained, and emotionally. Drained and quick to get angry. I'm unable to sleep most nights, and I'm constantly tired. My back is in pain, my body and head hurt every day. The week before the main event happens, I attempt suicide by hanging. A soft attempt, but I didn't feel like myself when I did it. I had my kids in the other room, and I had almost no feelings at all. I prayed with the belt around my neck, and it was like a wave of emotion came over me, and things intensified. Cabinets started slamming, doors opening on their own, loud footsteps clearly as they sound, scratching sounds at night like animals. Then kneeling night, my head started hurting. Then kneeling night, whatever. I start feeling faint again, and my wife walks in and looks at my face and is scared, and she said, "You look really flush. Like there's not color. Are you okay?" I said, "I don't feel well." I go to sit on the porch, and I start feeling numb. My whole body goes numb, and I start getting really angry with my wife for no reason. I see her face, and I'm so mad I can't see. I see my daughters, and I have no emotion whatsoever. My wife sees me outside and almost screams, and she says, "My face, what's wrong with my face?" My eyes were blank as if it wasn't there, and I tell her that I need to leave now. We pack up a couple of bags and leave. While driving away, I start feeling normal, and I start dry heaving. We called a paranormal nonprofit and had them come in and investigate. They were there for about an hour, and one lady was scratched, walking sounds recorded, and voices caught on audio and knocks were recorded from an entity. Also had random EMF spikes. The psychic medium said there were several spirits in the home. Several dark, several not. But one was particularly dark and powerful, like not human. And it's been haunting this home for a long time, apparently. Our records show that no one stays in the home longer than 2 years. We presented this evidence to the landlord after we left. They told us not to contact them, and they resisted the home for rent. And this whole experience, and more than what I can fit on here, has been traumatizing and eye-opening. But what can we do to help future people, and what do you believe we encountered? I was a skeptic turned believer, and I need to know why this happened. The house can hear us. Some background. For the past 5 years, I've been living in a 140-year-old apartment building. It's somewhere in eastern Massachusetts. As you can imagine, the building has seen its fair share of tragedy and death, up to and including murders. The building seems to attract the downtrodden and vulnerable, and for some reason, and once here, most begin to unravel and degenerate into a shell of what they once were when they first moved in, but I seem to be one of the lucky ones, knock on wood. The type of activity people encounter here seem to depend upon the individuals themselves. It's almost like something here is using people's vulnerabilities against them. Sometimes purely to torture them. Sometimes for more sinister purposes. I've always been scientific, and I try to debunk and find rational explanations. But living here over the years, I've come to rationalize and realize some things are beyond reason and rationale. It still amazes me that I'm saying this, but I've come to accept that this house has many entities, some not human, I've seen a disembodied female arm. I've felt the presence of a woman and smelled perfume when no one's there, and my gas stoves, 4-spark igniters, have the oddest habit of turning on by themselves. Then they continuously click in unison, and those are just my experiences. Most people experience activity that's much more intense and even physical. Unexplained bruises and cuts and black masses enveloping them at night. Red eyes in the dark, and I can always tell when the darker entities are messing with me because I begin to feel sickly and aggressive and, well, darkly strong. What does that mean? Like something wants to use me to hurt others. I've never experienced this until I moved here. Luckily, I've always had a guardian of good watching out for me. So the more darker entities usually know to stay away. Although that doesn't stop them from trying. Anyway, a few years ago I decided to leave an audio recorder in the attic for about an hour at around 2:30 a.m. The attic has always been a hotspot for activity, but I still didn't expect to capture much. Upon playback, I was surprised to discover some strange anomalies. For a few minutes I heard what sounded like a whispered, unintelligible conversation between two people. Some footsteps, and then a curious clicking sound that seemed to be moving around the attic. The clicking and popping sounded almost like a lighter being flicked or somebody snapping their fingers. I remarked at how odd this all was, and then just left it at that. I didn't think much of it until, like a few months ago. It's when I'd just gotten home after being away for 3 weeks. Almost immediately, I began to hear the popping. That popping I heard in the attic recording. Except this time, it was in my apartment and I'd be doing something and suddenly I would hear a pop in the next room. It would only be 2 or 3 pops at a time and always just out of sight or right behind me. I began to feel like the popping was something trying to test me or daring me to notice it. I figured although it was kind of obvious and odd, it still could all be in my head, at least that's what I hoped. Last night I was talking to my neighbor about how old this building was, and he happens to mention that he's been hearing strange clicking and popping sounds around the apartment. "Wait, you heard what?" I asked. I was shocked to hear him describe the exact same thing I'd been experiencing. I admitted that I'd been hearing the sound myself, and that I'd also caught it on tape in the attic. We talked for a while and concluded that the sound has specific characteristics. It's always subtle, and it's always in the next room just out of sight. And during each occurrence, no 2 pops ever happen in the same spot. After this discussion, I went back inside my place and almost immediately began hearing the popping. Except this time it was different. Like it knew we were talking about it and was once again daring me to acknowledge it. Distressed, I then pretended to hear nothing. Totally ignoring it made me feel better, and after a few more pops, it stopped. But for now, that's what prompted me to post my experience here today, as well as the worrying reality that the activity seemed to be increasing. I could go on and on about the popping sounds and all the other occurrences here, and many I've actually documented. But this post is getting wicked long, so I'll wrap it up. If anybody else has a similar experience or comments, I'd love to hear them. And if anybody's interested, I have uploaded some of the video evidence I've captured thus far, and currently working on uploading the audio evidence, or as they wrote, eviscence. As I said in my first post, the apartment building I live in is in Massachusetts, and it's 140 years old. The old building has seen much over the years, including countless deaths. My apartment has always had its weird quirks, like my 4 gas stove igniters regularly coming on and clicking in unison. and the odd popping sounds that seem to move from location to location. But the main one is the nagging entity that stays in my bathroom. It sounds funny, but over the 5 years I've lived here, I've come to realize there's a spirit in my bathroom, and it's unquestionably female. Here are a few of the experiences I've been having which led me to this strange realization. It all started when I had arrived home late one night. As upon entering my apartment, I suddenly caught the scent of a female perfume. Now, there wasn't like a woman in my apartment at the time, so I paused for a brief moment to think, and that's when I suddenly got the feeling I wasn't alone, and it was an unmistakable feeling. It felt just like there was a woman standing around the corner in my kitchen. Her presence wasn't threatening or frightening, just the opposite, in fact. It was almost welcoming. And just as quickly as the feeling had come, it disappeared, and I shrugged it off and went about my business. The reality that I may not be alone in my apartment didn't sink in until months later. Sitting on my bed playing guitar one night, when I happened to glance up at my open bedroom door, and as I did, I clearly saw an arm pass by and disappear at a view into the next room. This was physically impossible as there was a couch on the other side, as well as the fact that I was completely alone. So I sat there for a moment, frozen, tried to process what I had just seen. It's funny how the mind reacts when confronted with the impossible. It's almost like a short confronted with the impossible. Oops. It's almost like a short-circuiting of the brain, I mean. There's no way I just saw a woman's arm clad in old-style clothing just pass by my door, I told myself over and over. But I knew what I saw, and it only confirmed my suspicions. The oddest part, however, was the arm's, appearance, I guess. Had an almost fluorescent look to it, like a TV screen image with the saturation or tint settings turned all the way up. The arm clearly stood out from the surroundings and became like all the lights I had on. I couldn't blame it on shadows in my eyes playing tricks, and this was the only time I had visually seen her. Although I constantly feel her presence. She usually makes herself known to me through feelings or emotions, and she'll always let me know when she wants me to do something, like a mental chore or furniture setup. It sounds funny, I know, but I've gotten used to it over the years, and we've sort of developed a weird sort of relationship. One thing she really doesn't like is when I have women over. I'll have this oppressive feeling like there's somebody glaring angrily at me. Or in the most extreme cases, I'll suddenly feel sick into my stomach, or my girlfriend can feel this as well. Constantly remark that she feels like she's being watched by an angry woman. The reason I think she stays in my bathroom is because of how I feel when I'm in there. My bathroom is windowless, and whenever I'm in the shower, I'll become aware of a presence standing just outside my shower curtain. And in fact, I had to start keeping the bathroom door shut. Because I can, feel something, like it's looking at me. I know how weird this all sounds, but it's the truth, and there are many more instances, but in the interest of time, well, I'll just list these major occurrences.
They say if you listen closely in silence, you'll hear the past calling. At Paranormal M, we answered that call, no matter where it leads. Subscribe now and follow us into the Forgotten, a soldier's paranormal experience. About 14 years ago, I was an active duty soldier with the 4th Infantry Division. I was serving out of a well-known and very old army base in central Colorado. My unit had recently redeployed back stateside from Iraq. It's when my squad was put on ammo detail. This was a relatively simple detail that involved us taking shifts guarding the ammo supply on post for a few days. Our shifts were 6 hours on, 6 hours off. Our off hours were to be spent at our battalion headquarters basement, which consisted of a hallway with some small rooms on either side. Our battalion headquarters building was very old and had once been used to interrogate and hold German POWs, which are prisoners of war, during World War II. There were rumors among the soldiers who worked there that our battalion building's basement was haunted, and that a child can be heard laughing and running up and down the hallway late at night. I've always been interested in history and ghost stories, so these rumors intrigued me, but I didn't give them much thought. Since there were only around 7 or 8 of us that were off at the time during this detail, we simply took out a few army cots and set them up in a small room in the battalion basement. That way we could grab a few hours of sleep while waiting for our next shift rotation. I had been in the basement many times, but this was the first time I had been in one of those side rooms, and was vaguely surprised to see that there was a jail cell in the back, complete with old metal bars, and a metal ring on the floor which was used to chain POWs down during holding. I was tired and I wanted to sleep for a while. Everybody else had taken the good spots in the room, so I set up my rucksack against the jail cell bars and sat down to get some sleep. The room wasn't that big, about the size of a small office, and the only light was from the buzzing fluorescent lights out in the hallway. From my spot against the jail cell bars, I could see directly out into the hallway. I noticed that everyone was sleeping already, so I sat down and tried to get some sleep myself. A few minutes later, I became aware that buzzing from the lights in the hallway was slowly getting louder. I figured it was just me, but as the buzzing became absurdly loud, I decided to open my eyes to check if anyone else was hearing this. As I opened my eyes, I got this incredibly odd feeling that something was very wrong, like the air was extremely heavy and dark. Suddenly, a wave of fear washed over me. My eyes darted to the open door looking out into the hall. I was completely dumbfounded as to what could be happening. The buzzing had become almost unbearably loud by now. I opened my mouth to say something to wake the other guys when I felt 2 hands grab me from the dark, empty jail cell behind me. The hands were holding me so firmly against the bars that I couldn't move and I couldn't get up. I was in shock, not knowing what to do, and when I suddenly noticed a huge dark figure was slowly coming into view from around the doorway. It was all black, and it was so tall that its head touched the top of the doorframe, blocking out the light from the hall. The buzzing had become deafening at this point. I was on the verge of panicking. I tried with all my might to break free from whatever was behind me, holding me down. With one last jerk of my body, I broke free, falling forward into my own lap. That was when the buzzing lights went back to their normal volume. The figure had disappeared. Whatever was holding me had let go. I looked back into the jail cell. It was as empty as it was when I'd sat down. Everything was back to normal. Breathing heavily, I glanced around my squad, still sleeping next to me. They hadn't woken nor moved an inch. Whatever had just happened apparently only happened to me. I sat there for a while, breathing and marveling over this remarkably scary encounter I just had. I finally decided to keep this to myself, carry on like nothing happened. Didn't want my soldiers to think their sergeant was crazy. And after all, we did just get home from a deployment. I still wonder what exactly it was down there that I had seen. Perhaps it was dark energy left over from World War II POW interrogations, or perhaps it was something more. I'll never know. But one thing I do know is that I'll never forget this experience for as long as I live. Possible spirit attachment, I guess. I was right. So, from what little interaction I got over there, I can add that sometimes I get floral scents in my room. Other times, there's some sort of unidentifiable flower. Unidentifiable because I don't go around smelling flowers. Pleasant scents, nothing foul. I also have ADD and VSS. VSS being the visual snow syndrome. I get that every winter. This is kind of hard for me to write down, and I'll try to outline it as best as I can, but I don't have a perfect memory, and there might have been other events that I've forgotten due to my memory. When I was a child, probably 7 to 9, I remember not ever wanting to go out from my room. I'd play with my toys and with my electronics. Really, anything that caught my eye. I'd always play with those green army men plastic pieces. Only sometimes I remembered they'd be arranged in different ways. As a kid, I thought it was the coolest thing and didn't even question it. I felt appreciative, almost like a slight warmth whenever I'd see these scenarios. They'd be in my bed with side guards, and I kept falling off. And I was looking out at like different areas, but within the scope of the location. I bring this up because after a conversation with my parents yesterday, they never set up my toys like that. Fast forward a few years, and I'm now in high school. Due to me being socially awkward, I'm rejected. And I can look back at this now and say that those other kids had a reason to not like me. I said the wrong things at the wrong times and never really clicked with anyone. This was true for all of my school years, due to the now introverted-as-hell child never associating with the other kids. Why talk to other kids when I can have hours of fun with the mysterious green army men setups? Now, because of this rejection, I was very depressed. The one thing that kept me going was the sense of security and warmth whenever I went into my room. Felt like I was getting a hug inside me every time I walked there. Like my diaphragm and chest and shoulders would be warm, like it was a hug that shot through me. Afterwards, having finished my service honorably in the military, current, I was able to think back at all the times I was under hardship in the service. In BCT, even through the drills, they were harsh, and we had the old school tried and true shark attacks. The bunk bed was strangely warm. I felt protected and warm, right there under my ugly wool blanket. When I was in service, it's when I first started to notice a sort of presence. It followed me wherever I went, every location, every room, even across continents. The deployment was made easier with a special warmth within. I still honestly can't describe the feeling. Like butterflies. Still, the feelings didn't interfere with my mission, and it was honestly boring. One of those cycle rotations, not terrible, became a combat vet in the most hilarious ways too. As of this week, I've started to see a static silhouette in my dreams. I'm not fearful or anxious, but I'm almost always in a hurry, oddly. Mixed in with the fact, it always feels like I've forgotten something important, and I'm always trying to find it. This entity is watching me, and I've even waved at it, and other times in moments they're beside me in bed. Nothing sexual happens, it's more of a comforting hug, like something is within me, almost like a shield or armor. Cold overwhelms me along with warmth. Waves crash over me as I go about my business. I feel complete, like something just clicked. Strange experience in my childhood creek. For context, this creek is in my grandmother's neighborhood, and a short walk from her house. Me and my cousin Jay would go down to the creek all the time. The creek is pretty deep in the forest, and if you walk on the right trail for a bit, there's a waterfall. Nothing bad or scary ever happened there. I never thought to be scared since I loved the forest. Me and Jay go to the creek one day like usual. Nothing strange or anything that made me feel uneasy. There's this rock you can hop across when you're at the waterfall, which leads to the top of it. We hop across to see a path that we've never been on. Me and Jay both agree that we should walk on it. We take one step, and I literally mean one singular step. toward that path. And this thing speeds out of the trees and grass and hovers over the water, goes onto the other side where the path is, and then dashes off in a straight line. It was gray and completely skin and bone. Its arms were longer than its legs. It ran on all fours, hovering over the water and leaving as quickly as it came, making no sound. This thing was so fast, but we didn't even hesitate to run. We ran for our lives, being in the middle of the woods, and I never run. I'm not athletic, and I don't like doing things that involve sweating. Yet when I saw that thing, my body ran so fast I don't think I touched the ground. We made it to where we could see the houses from the neighborhood and the trees. And after that, what truly felt like hours of running, we stopped. The adrenaline was wearing off, and I stepped off the path. Jay was just barely on the path. I was catching my breath, then looked behind me. I saw it staring right at us. It chased us again, running in zigzags, even when there was nothing stopping it from just going straight toward me. I pushed Jay onto the path again, and we ran back to my grandmother's house. For some reason, me and Jay both don't remember what happened when we got home, or what happened before we saw that thing. We have heard multiple times that it was just an animal. No animal can hover over water like that, being that it didn't have wings. It had limbs. It looked exactly like the rake if it was an animal or something explainable. But then one of us would have been like, bro, it was an animal. But no, both ran for our lives. I remember yelling, what the was that? We ran. Took us about 3 minutes to get to where we could see the houses and the trees. Me and Jay have a theory that it could have been trying to get us out of there. We took one step to go on that path we've never been on, and then it appears. Strange. And it was fast enough to get us, but it just didn't, and even though it was following us. The only time it ran full speed at us again was when we stopped to catch our breath. Haven't seen it since, but many don't believe us. I was wondering if anybody else has a name for a creature like that, or maybe a similar story. Should we have responded? This happened to me and my brother when we were kids. It was nighttime, and we were walking to a store in another neighborhood. After we finished, we were heading home when a big, aggressive black dog blocked our path. The dog belonged to one of our neighbors, and we were stuck, and we had two ways we could go. One was up the road, which meant going straight toward the dog, or the other was down a different road, but either way, we'd end up having this thing chase us. Since that path was the path the dog would take to get to its house, so we panicked and decided to take a shortcut. This meant walking through someone's yard. Some of our neighbors had these two gates that connected the two blocks, so we just needed to walk through the garden area, and in 1 minute we'd be home. We entered and walked a bit, and there were 3 steps to go down. Then a bit more walking before you reached the gate. Me and my brother were standing on the steps when suddenly, at the gate, a woman appeared. She had her phone up, and it was in front of her face, with the flashlight on. She was waving at me. She was waving to come to her, calling my name. Not my full name, but my nickname. She was dressed just like my mom, and her voice sounded exactly like hers. Me and my brother looked at each other confused, then looked at her again, and she just suddenly walked off to the right. And here's the creepy part. There's nothing to the right, no street, no house. Just thorn bushes and trees. We ran to the gate, looked around, and there was no one. The yard was empty. We ran home, and when we got there, our mom had just come out of the shower in completely different clothes. We asked her if she came out looking for us, and she said no. She hadn't left the house at all. To this day, we have no idea who or what that was, or where she disappeared to, and before anybody says you were just a kid, you imagined it. My brother remembers it perfectly too. 2 people can't have imagined the exact same thing. We're Muslim and Albanian, so we do believe in the paranormal, and I'm convinced this was a jinn, but I'd love to hear other people's thoughts on what it could have been. And also, did we do good in not responding to it, because we were taught not to respond if something like this happens? How my paranormal experiences started. When I was about 11 or 12, I moved across the street from a classmate. I'm going to call her Kay. We started hanging out regularly. One night, we decided to play with the Ouija board. I've always loved spooky things and thought, ooh, how fun. Well, we contacted something, and it told us it was the devil. I asked, the devil? Like Satan the devil? And they replied, we are many. I started to feel like Kay was messing with me, and I told her to stop. She promised she was not, so I asked if it could do something. It asked, like what? Kay said, turn on the stove so we can light a cigarette. It replied with something like, this isn't a ghost. And I had no idea what it meant, and Kay said, remember the movie Ghost? He turns on the stove in the movie. Again, I thought, okay, she's messing with me. So we both got up from our Nintendo game chairs, and this was the late 80s or early 90s. We walked to the kitchen, lit our cigarettes, and walked back to the living room. I froze. One of the chairs was leaning back as if somebody was sitting in it. I pointed it out to Kay, and she walked over, grabbed the board, and we asked, are you sitting in the chair? It said yes. Kay asked if it needed help getting up. Yes. She walked over, put her foot on the chair, and with a bit of difficulty pushed it down. We decided at that moment that we didn't want to talk to it anymore, so we told it we were going to go watch a movie. So, goodbye. And that was that. A couple nights later, I was in Kay's room. Asked if we could play with the board again, and she said yeah, and we started talking. We got a male, 22 years old, I think. Kay asked, what is your name? It replied, capital N, capital O, capital P, pronounced nope. Sounds like nop to me. Odd name, but okay, well, Kay asked, which one of us do you like? Wicked Witch 79. I'm guessing that's the OP. And then Kay let out a gasp. What? I asked. And she said, I saw it play with your hair, no joke. And I had very long hair, so I didn't feel anything. We kept asking questions, and at some point Kay got extremely tired. So tired she just kind of passed out. I kept playing. Stupid, I know. I don't remember what questions I was really asking, but I talked to him for a while. Then, about an hour later, Kay pops up and looks around. What happened? Are you still talking to him? I said, yeah, but I was just about to close the board and go to sleep. So we closed the board together. We laid down to sleep in her queen-size bed. As we're settling down, we started talking, and I said, what a weird name. Like, what's your name? Nope. Nope, you don't know or what? She giggled a little, and I closed my eyes, only seconds later feel the bed move. It was as if somebody was kicking the corner of the mattress. So I told Kay to stop bouncing her leg. She said she wasn't moving, so I sat up and put my arm over both of her legs. She was not moving, but the bed still felt like it was being kicked. I laid back down, pulled the covers up, and said out loud, I'm sorry, your name is just different, that's all. Then it stopped, and I just let out my breath, and felt like someone was laying on me, like snuggling. I was terrified, and I told Kay, and she said in a sleepy voice, 'Cause you have a ghost laying on you. I just laid there, not moving, and somehow I fell asleep. This was the beginning of my haunting. I'll post more later. It's getting late and I have more to tell. So after that day, at Kay's, I would hear odd noises. It sounded like somebody walking on my ceiling. I figured it was squirrels and my cat trying to get said critters. I shared a room with my sister, so nothing strange really happened except when my beloved rat died. I would hear her as if she had gotten out of her cage and was chewing everything in my closet. One night, my sister even heard it, chewing and shuffling the papers. She told me to stop making noise, and I told her it wasn't me, it was Ruby, my rat. So I said, "Ruby, we're trying to sleep, please be quiet." The noise stopped. She called me a dork and went back to sleep. So I got in trouble for smoking. So I wasn't allowed to hang out with Kay anymore. Then we moved to the house behind across the street from our landlord's house. They had to move because his daughter and niece said he sexually abused them, but he didn't. The man tried to kill himself in the garage. Already bad vibes. Also, I want to mention that we had huge power lines going through both yards. We moved in and I fought with my older sister about getting the biggest room. My dad agreed with me that she was hardly home and I was always there, so I needed the bigger room. This room was the eldest daughter's room. My sister got the room the little brother stayed in, and my grandmother got the room they used as like an office. My parents' room was on the other side of the house. Next, the formal dining room. Then a gallery, a kitchen, a living room, and 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. A nest. Parents had a bathroom attached to their room, so this is when stuff really ramped up. I would have my 2 best friends, L and M, over to my house. Like a lot. And they liked my house because I had a pool, a big room, and my parents were always gone. And even if they weren't, we still snuck out of the woods near high school, which was only about a mile away. Those woods were haunted, and I have other stories of that place. But anyway. One afternoon, I was about 14 or 15 at the time. I felt awake, but also that I was dreaming. I was taking a nap in my daybed. It was the weirdest thing, so I don't know if it was a dream or some of it was happening, I don't know. But I felt hands on me. I felt somebody touching me. I could see the blankets moving, but my body didn't feel it. The sheets didn't move on my body, but my mind and brain said they were. Again, I could feel the touching, so I moaned out, "No!" Turned on my stomach. The blankets pulled back up, but again, I couldn't feel them with my body. I saw them go up around my neck, and then I got the feeling I was going to have this thing strangle me if I didn't get up. So I jumped up, fully awake. The blanket had been around my neck. I got up, went to the living room, and watched TV, and I told my friend Elle about my dream, how it was weirded out. She said she could send Alex, and I'll go into full detail about Alex, but for now, he's a ghost that haunted my friend Elle. You know how that sounds. I didn't believe in Alex, but some strange things happened to make me think different. This is one of those times where she said she sent him over to my house and didn't hang up with me until he was there. Again, I thought she was just trying to make me feel better, so I started getting ready for bed, so I was about to take a shower. So I said to the air, feeling stupid, I said, "Alex, I'm taking a shower. I'll be right back, just wait here." I turned to leave the room, and before I reached my door, my bed creaked. And it was a cheap metal daybed, and it creaked when somebody sat on it. But weirded out, I went out of the room to go to the bathroom and took a shower. I got dressed and laid down in bed, and I suddenly felt somebody's spoon up next to me. I reminded myself that I asked Alex for protection. Started to believe even more in Alex. I had several Ouija board experiences. I got a native girl who was killed. Then her killer came on the board, so it said, and we banished him. I was told I had 2 guides. M found out that she had a dead lover trying to find her, and he had his servant following her. More on that later, sounds unreal. A guy who hung himself then appeared to us hanging while my mom opened the door to ask what kind of pizza we wanted. Pepperoni. Now I'm hungry. I saw a shadow and Nell saw an actual body. And Em refused to look because she could feel his energy behind her. We even got Zozo. We didn't even know who that was, but we told it to leave because we didn't like the energy. Nop, I'm going to call him Nop, would come on the board and torment me. I would tell him to leave, and I didn't want to talk to him because he scared me. I think it made him stronger to know that. I told a friend at school about Nop, and how he followed me, and I got tired and weak, and she said my eyes turned yellow. Anyway, one night I went to bed and it was quiet. I had my small clip-on fan going to keep me cool, and my daybed was now like a black fold-out couch. I was 16 at this time, and I was relaxing. Just laying there, just letting the sleep take me. That's when I hear, "Hey!" It was clearly spoken into my ear. My eyes fly open and I look at my red glowing clock and it's 3:15 a.m. My arms and legs feel heavy and I suddenly can't move. I feel tired, so tired. And as I struggle to stay awake, I can feel his hands on me. His mouth on my, well, this gets graphic, but breasts. I can feel him on me. I struggled to move, to yell out, no, and I couldn't. I struggled more, and I did manage to get up, and I ran out of the room and went to sleep on the couch next to my parents' room. In the morning, I looked in the mirror, and I had what can only be described as hickeys all over my body. My breasts and throat had hickey marks. I was in shock for the rest of the day and walked around covered and paranoid. Friend E and C noticed I was jumpy, asked me what was wrong. I told him he wouldn't believe me, and he said, "Try me." So I told them. I was waiting for them to laugh, but they didn't, and we went to my house. My sister and parents were out, but Grandma was home as usual and doing fine. I took the two guys, E and C, to my room, and before we walked in, E said, "Is he there?" I said, "There are a lot of them." Hold on. I took a chance. I had from day one in that room heard tapping on the bifold doors in my closet, and I always thought it was just settling or whatever. But I suddenly realized something was trying to get my attention, so I said, "If anyone is here, tap 2 times. Tap, tap. E said, "Well, that was kind of stettling." Is that a word? Oh, settling. That was just settling. Like I had always thought. Tap 3 times. Tap, tap, tap. If you can hear me, tap 4 times. Tap, 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 tap. Is that 4? Both C and E were convinced, and we walked into my room and took out my board and called Nop. E and C laid in on him. "How dare you do that? She can't even move. You're a coward. I demand you answer to me." Then all was silent, and C said, "Did you hear that?" E and I said no. They said, "Get the girl tonight." We all just sat there looking stupid at each other. Then C cried out and said his arms are burning. I got up and turned on the light, and he had scratch marks all down his arms, and I know he didn't do it to himself as we were all sitting together. We left, and I didn't come home till early in the morning. Nothing happened that day. I have heard growling behind me as I was drawing. Thought it was my German Shepherd, but she was sleeping in the living room. My radios changed channels and skipped songs on discs. Stopped the tape player. My bed is shaken, and I've heard voices that I thought was the TV. I have seen my friend F walking to my sliding glass doors, but then not even being there. I had people stop by for just a few minutes, and M stopped by with some bandmates from school, and I had a feeling M wanted to ask me something, so went to my room. She did have a question. When we got back to the front living room, the two girls I left there, the third was using the bathroom, they said, "Your dad's home and sounds mad." She was scared. I was confused. My parents wouldn't be home till 6 or 7. My dad never yelled, so why would he be eerily just yelling? Or perhaps being here early and yelling. I went to my garage and no one car was gone, and told her that he wasn't there, and both girls looked at each other, and M said, "I told you it was haunted." The third girl came from the bathroom and was about to speak when I turned to her and said, "So you like the two-ply?" She stared at me and said, "How'd you know I was going to say that?" And at this point, the two other girls had had enough, wanted to leave. M said again as they walked out, "I told you it was haunted." L and M just sort of stayed the night. I heard a voice say, "Don't go back to the bedroom." So, of course, M and I went, and, well, nothing happened. But we ran out, and I had shared dreams. I have had visits in my dreams. Dreamed things, like where stuff's about to happen, and reading minds, and just all kinds of weird stuff. My teenage home was creepy, and probably my fault. My parents decided to leave Texas in the mid-'80s. My dad couldn't find work, so it was a toss-up between California or Florida. My parents chose Florida. Fast forward, and my parents find a great house to rent in a very religious family. Well, from a very religious family that lived behind us and across the street. After renting the home from the family for about 2 or 3 years, the family suffered some personal stuff that I'm not going to go into. But the father tried to kill himself in the garage. The family moved out and asked if we would like to purchase their house. The home that we were living in at the time was going to be sold to help the family financially for a while. My parents said, yeah. So we moved from the 3-bedroom rental to a 4-bedroom and ownership. My grandmother, who lived with us, got a room, and my sister and I got our own instead of having to share one. Anyway, even though I was younger, I got the biggest room because my older sister was never really at home, and I am an introvert, so I was always there, and well, I got the biggest room besides the master suite. My sister only partly complained, but also realized that, yeah, she was never home, so why does it matter how big her room was? My friend always wanted to come into my home because it's big and your parents don't bother you. And I have great parents, but my sister and I have always been very independent and capable and never really had to worry about us. We also had a pool. So anyway, sounds like the same person as before. My first few nights in my own room, I would hear a tap noise here and there, no big deal. It's hot in Florida, and wood expands and contracts. New house, new noises. I want to mention that we had a huge power line that went by the house. My friends and I were very much into the magic arts. Never did anything mean or anything evil, it just kind of felt right. We would play the Ouija board in my room, and I always had an attachment, but I didn't know what it was at the time. After a year or two, my friends and I had experienced many things. I soon realized that the tapping that I heard was not the wood contracting, but something else. I would prove that my room was haunted by requesting the spirits tap a certain number of times. Some people reacted with surprise, and some thought I was doing it to somehow, even though they never found anything in my closet when I told them to look. One day, one of my best friends was stopping by after flag practice and brought 3 of her flag corps group over so she could grab a gift I bought her. As they came in, she warned them that the house was weird and very haunted. Well, they didn't believe her and said, yeah, sure. I knew them, of course, as we all went to school together. One of the girls needed to use my bathroom. My friend takes her there because the bathroom is near my room, and that was where the gift was. The thought comes into my head as I'm talking to the other 2 girls. She's going to compliment you on your toilet paper. Nice. A few minutes pass, my friend calls to me, and I leave the other 2 girls for a moment standing in the kitchen next to the laundry room and garage door. Turns out I was out of TP. The girl in the potty needed a roll, so I handed her some and went back to the other 2. The 2 girls are looking at me with these huge eyes, and they say, "I think your dad's home and he sounds mad." The other said, "He's yelling, should we leave?" My dad? No, he doesn't yell, he doesn't have to. I walk to the garage, I open the door, and I show them, and no one's there. Suddenly, the girl that needed to use the bathroom comes back and says, "Your two-ply is awesome." And I smile. The other girls are freaking, and my friend comes from my room with her gift. The others swear that they heard a man yelling in the garage. And again, I say no one's here but us, and they left and just turned around and walked out. They told my friend that they now believe and never want to go in there again. My house, in about 10 minutes, turned 2 skeptics into believers. And I have a theory of what these girls heard. That summer, I was outside washing and fixing my bike as me and my best friend, who was a male friend, were going to ride our bikes to the comic book store. And yeah, I'm a nerd. Suddenly, a man stops his truck and gets out of it and walks up to me. He was frantic and crying as he spoke to me. I'm about 15 at the time. His son was just killed by a huge entertainment center that had fallen on him, and he needed a place to put the damn thing, as he said. I ran into the house and called for my dad, and he came running out, and the man explained to my dad that he couldn't bear to look at it, but they couldn't just throw it out as they needed it for the investigation. So, of course, my dad said yes, and together they lifted this huge cabinet off the bed of the truck and stayed there until it was no longer needed, maybe a week. Ugh, that sucks. I went out later that night and looked at it, and I still had all the child's blood on it, and I just lost it, and I started to cry. That poor child. That poor family. I believe some of that tragic energy sort of stayed in my garage, and the girls, maybe heard a playback or residual sound from that day, or from the previous family. The father did try to kill himself in there after all. I had a weird interaction. I'm not sure if it was true. Okay, so I, a 45-year-old female, recently worked at a crystal and stone warehouse. I was working one day, and a woman and her friend came into the store. One of the women was done shopping and kind of just brought up a few stones to purchase, but her friend was still shopping. She told me she was psychic. Okay, cool, I do have some abilities myself, but I don't claim them, really. It felt like she was trying to distract me, using things that most people would say is psychic. I felt like she was distracting me so her friend could steal, and she said, "Spirits are telling me you are not wrong in your feelings, and they are valid." I say as I watch the other friend. Then she said, "Oh my God, you were touched by a skinwalker. It's afraid of you." This actually brought my full attention to her, and again, this may be just a tactic to get my attention. It kind of worked, to be honest. I looked at her and said, "Yeah, I suppose we are in the neighborhood." She laughed so hard, I was kind of taken aback, and again, I felt like she was distracting me so her friend could steal. After a few more words, that I really can't remember, her friend came up and did buy something. They both told me to have a great day and be safe, and "You're stronger than you think you are." Okay, yeah, blessings to you. Then I sat there for a moment, and this is a desert town in Arizona where nomads like myself go for winter. We just arrived there, and there was something dark hanging around. The traveler we came in with had to leave for psychological reasons. Didn't elaborate, and one night as my husband and kitty cat were snuggled up, I felt this odd sensation on my stomach. Felt like a clawed hand moving down my body. I mentioned something to my husband, and he is 100% a skeptic. I asked, "Did you feel it?" He put his hand down on my lower abdomen and felt it. He freaked out. I did a mental quote-unquote shove, if you will, and it just poof, gone. I did another shove, and nothing came back, and the feeling lifted. Everything felt peaceful, I guess. I had a crazy run-in with a vampire. I wanted to start off by saying I do not believe in vampires, the immortal creature that rises from the dead with fangs and drinks blood. I do, however, believe in people who call themselves vampires and do, well, whatever the hell they do. One day I get a call from my best friend and coven sister. I'll call her Carrie. Carrie said she was coming over to get me. She asked me how much do I know about vampires. I explained the above to her. I told Carrie that there are people who follow the vampire culture, and some have volunteers who offer their blood, and some claim to be a psychic and use to take energy from others or something. Carrie arrives, and I jump in the car. She then starts explaining to me that her sister-in-law, I'm going to call her Jess, had met someone online. He claimed to be a vampire and had a clan. Things were going well, till one day he started describing her room, asked if she liked her lunch, and accurately described what she ate that day. She freaked out, thinking that she had some kind of a stalker. Well, yeah. Jess and her brother searched around the house for any footprints or signs of a break, but found nothing. Jess made sure her windows stayed locked and put up thicker curtains. Still, he would describe what she was wearing and what she ate, and even asking about personal conversations she had with the other people. And as you can imagine, this really got to Jess. So she asked him how he knew all of this, and he replied that he could see her. She asked him how. He didn't really elaborate, just, "My sire taught me." Then he asked about my coven sister Carrie, and he asked if Carrie was a witch because he wasn't allowed to talk to witches. His sire said that a coven of witches, they could be their end. And he said his sire commanded him to stop talking to Jess, but he didn't want to. He really liked Jess and wanted to keep talking to her. One night, Jess was in her room, when suddenly the room began to become darker and darker. The light was still on, but it didn't seem to matter. She felt like something was in the room with her, and it didn't seem to like her at all. She got so freaked out she ran out of the room to get her brother. They went in, all was normal, no darkness, and then it happened again the next night, only it seemed even more pissed off than the night before. So she left the room and got Carrie to come over. Carrie immediately felt a presence, told Jess to just come and stay with her for that night. This is when Jess explained what was happening, that she would try to block the vampire guy by thinking of random things to keep him out of her head. Next day, they both go back to Jess's house. Carrie says she needed to ask her vampire buddy what the fuck's going on. He explained that it wasn't him. It was his sire trying to frighten and hurt her because he refused to obey. So Jess said, "How about you just obey then, because this is getting out of control?" He told her no. Carrie at that moment called me, and that's why I was being brought over. And I said, okay, sure. Truly thought maybe Jess was having some kind of delusions because she was very stressed about her mom dying. We get there, and Jess explains a few more things to me, how his sire has been attacking her. We even sit in a small room built in the garage because she didn't want to be in her room, and I ask, "Is he here now?" Both said that he was not. "Are you sure?" Because I was getting a feeling like he was. I can't really explain it, but I felt him. I sat down in the center of the room and let my feelers, and I had him. I stood up and walked to the corner of the room and said, "If your sire is worried about witches destroying her clan, she shouldn't start shit. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing." Then boom, sent out my push and he was gone. I explained to Carrie and Jess that he was there and was listening, but he's gone for now, and both were wide-eyed and just nodded. I was taken back home. The next day, Carrie came over and asked if I wanted to go shopping with her and run some errands. I said, sure. Carrie told me that whatever I did scared the shit out of him. He said I had looked right at him and he heard what I had said, was thrown back into his body with such force he was knocked into a wall. He said he would stop talking to her and he was sorry, and he said that witch is scary. Never spoke to her again, or no more attacks from the sire, I guess we're calling him. And peace came back to her home, and Carrie was so impressed and asked how I did what I did, and honestly, I have no idea. What I believe this guy was just a dude that was taught how to astrally project. That's my theory. Also, if you don't believe me, dude, that's cool, I don't care. If I heard this story, I don't think I'd believe it myself. Has anybody run into a vampire? And tell me your story or thoughts on this. The Hallway Watcher. I grew up in an old house in Glendale, Arizona. It was a 1940s build, a kind of house that had seen generations pass through its doors, carrying with it the weight of time. For the most part, it was an ordinary home, until nightfall. At the end of the hallway, floor-to-ceiling gold-veined mirror tiles lined a small wall, and I hated those mirrors. Even now, the memory of them sent a shiver down my spine. They weren't just reflective, they were wrong somehow, like something could be watching through them. Just beyond the surface. Maybe that's where it all started, and maybe that's where it came from. Dropped my water bottle. I was young, no older than 4 or 5 when it first happened, and at first it was nothing but a feeling. A prickling awareness at the back of my neck whenever I walked down the hallway to my room. It would always be at night, always when I was alone. And I was just a child too young to fully understand what I was sensing. But deep down I knew something was following me. I don't know when I saw it for the first time, but I do remember the moment I realized it was real. The hallway was always dimmer when it appeared, as if the light bulbs were struggling against some unseen force. Shadows stretched longer than they should have, the air itself feeling thicker and heavier. I would take a step forward, and in the mirrored wall at the end of the hall, I'd see it, tall, impossibly thin, blacker than the shadows around it. It had no eyes, no features, just a towering silhouette that loomed behind me. I never ran, and something in my gut told me not to. Instead, I forced myself to walk at a steady pace, pretending I couldn't feel it creeping closer. Its presence, like a cold weight pressing against my back, never followed me all the way to my room, and it would stop, and always stopping midway down the hall before slipping silently through one of the doors. But that was the worst part. It never opened them. The doors were always closed. If my father's bedroom door was shut, it would move through the bathroom. If the bathroom was occupied, it would pass through my father's room instead. And it made no sound, left no trace. It simply moved, as if walls and wood meant nothing to it. The way it walked haunted me. It didn't stride, it lurched, its body swaying side to side in a slow, deliberate-like motion. Sometimes one of its long, spindly arms would drag along the walls as it moved, and never touched me, and it never really reached for me. I don't know why. Years later, I asked my father if he had ever seen anything strange in that house. He took his head through, and admittedly, he was rarely home at night, working long hours at his tattoo shop. He suggested almost casually that it might have been my late grandfather watching over me. But my grandfather had never been that tall. I asked my grandmother just to be sure. No one in my family had ever been tall enough for their head to be nearly brushing the ceiling, for their limbs to be impossibly long, so what was it? Even now, I don't have an answer. But I still remember the way it moved, the way the light would dim, and the way mirrors at the end of the hall never felt like they reflected me. And I still hate mirrors in hallways. Hey everyone, I'm working on a horror storytelling project for my videos and looking for real spine-chilling experiences from real people. Whether it was paranormal or something unexplained, a glitch in reality, a cryptid encounter, or even just a situation that made your gut scream something isn't right, I'd love to hear it. Your stories could help keep this side of the internet alive for people who love weird, creepy, and unexplained as much as I do. I plan to narrate some of these with permission on my videos, fully anonymously unless you want to be credited. Share your story in the comments. Thank you for keeping these stories alive, and stay safe out there, or try to. When I was 12, something was trying to get my attention. I don't really have any evidence of this, and I had a phone at the time, but I wasn't allowed to use it after 10 p.m. When I was a kid, I got used to my mom knocking on the wall whenever there was too much noise in my room. And if that happened, I'd usually go to her room to apologize or ask if she needed something. One random night, I woke up to the sound of knocking. It was coming from the wall that faced outside, not the one we shared with my mom's room. I guess I was too sleepy to think about it, so I just assumed she heard something. But the knocking kept happening until I finally talked to my mom about it. She told me that she had never knocked on my wall at all. That night it happened again. I was too scared to do something, and suddenly I heard knocking on my window, which was right next to my bed. I tried to ignore it, I hid underneath my blanket, and I forced myself to sleep. The next night it came from the wall directly behind my bed. I was terrified and cried until I finally fell asleep. That was the last night I had ever heard it. It just stopped, and I still have no idea why. I know some things are hard to believe, and I understand if this sounds made up, but I need to know what was happening. More of a question than a story. And by the way, I told my parents, but they're not so easy to convince. They thought I was making an excuse to sleep in the same room with them. Eventually, I convinced myself that it was nothing. Are possibly malicious entities targeting me? Okay, for some context, I'm 17. My parents have split up since I was around 4. My mother lives in town right next to my school, so I stayed at her house during the week and go to my dad's house on the weekends. Now that summer, it started that I'm at my dad's a lot more, and I'm starting to notice these instances happening more frequently. To give some background, my dad lives about 20 minutes outside of town in the middle of nowhere. Like I'm talking, we're the only house on our street. He bought this house around 2 years ago. We had an interesting experience. Quite literally the day he moved in. The house is outside of a very small town with only one restaurant. So the day we moved in, we thought to go and try it, as it would be the only place to get some takeout in the area. The second we go in and sit down, our waitress somehow clocks that we're new to the area and asks what brings us to town. We told her that we had just moved into the place nearby and gave her the road number. She immediately said, "Oh, the old red house," and says the address. Shocked, we tell her yeah and asked how she knew. She said that she'd been used to live in that same house a while back with her husband. But sadly, he had lost his battle with depression, and she had to move out. We gave her condolences and ordered her food. Later, when she came back to the table, she mentioned that near the end of her husband's life, when things had gotten bad, she would leave little notes around the house to remind him that she loved him. We thought it was sweet and carried on a short conversation with her, ate her food, and then left. When we got back to the house, I started to look around to get used to the place, and when I walked out into the shop in the back of the garage, I noticed a little heart drawn on the door with the words, "Jack and Jody," written inside it. I showed my dad, and he took a picture of it. We drove back to the restaurant, showed it to her, and assured her that we would leave it alone and wouldn't get rid of it. She started crying and gave my dad a hug, and that was that. After that, we went back to the restaurant plenty of times and quite literally never saw her again. Whether it was a chance encounter or something else, I'm not sure, but that is the most tame experience to come out of moving into this house. Now, to clarify, the inside of the house isn't the problem, it's the outside. My dad and I have both mentioned that we feel a presence in the house. It's not anything scary or malicious, and matter of fact, it's a calming presence and seems to be protective of the house. Whereas outside of the house is actually terrifying. I began to notice I would get really bad gut feelings, like any time I was out there alone during the nighttime, which is a lot given my dad works from 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. And there are 2 windows in the house that don't have drapes, and whenever I'd be near them, I could feel eyes on me. But I didn't start seriously worrying about these feelings until one day around 8 p.m. while my dad was at work. I was home alone watching TV with the dog like usual, until she jolted up off the sofa and began barking like crazy. I followed her to see what the deal was, and she ran straight to the door and started losing it, quite literally shaking and foaming at the mouth. And my dog is very friendly and chill, so I was really confused as to what her problem was. But then I heard knocking, loud intentional knocking. We live in a place that's so secluded it's impossible to accidentally stumble upon her house. I was confused about who would be at her house at this hour, given my dad's next time, and then I heard talking. Something that sounded exactly like me began to talk as it continued to knock on the door. "Hey dude, it's me, let me in. I don't know where my key is. Man, open the door." And I've never been more horrified in my entire life. Hearing my own voice call out to me shook me to my core. Stood there frozen for a solid 30 seconds before grabbing the dog and literally dragging her away from the door. I hid in my room with the volume on my TV all the way up until it stopped, and even then, I didn't leave my room. This was just one more severe instance. On the more tame end of things, it's common to hear tapping on windows and random thumping outside. The odd vocal-sounding noises once it's gotten dark out. It feels like whatever is out there is desperately trying to find a way inside the house. I consulted a friend of mine who worked at a holistic store, and she recommended I put selenite on top of each doorway that leads outside of the house and black tourmaline in all four corners of the house. Well, I did both, and I still hear things like this outside and have heard knocking on the door since then, but never anything inside the house. Does anybody know what this might be or how to handle it? I would have been happy to have a friend that gets me. I had a dream about a woman that stares. Earlier this afternoon, I took a nap in my parents' bedroom. I usually hang out there when I'm home alone. And since I'm more of a night owl, I tend to take naps during the day to make up for my lack of sleep. Nothing unusual. But during this nap, I had one of the most vivid and unsettling dreams I've had in a long time. In the dream, I was inside an old Filipino-style house, those with traditional ancestral homes with wooden floors and windows, and a staircase that leads up to a second floor. It felt familiar, almost like a memory, even though I've never been to that exact house in real life. I was there with a mixture of friends from my hometown and college. We were just chilling and talking, and for the most part it felt like a normal dream, until she showed up. There was this woman with unnaturally large eyes. She didn't say a word, just stared at me. And every time I noticed her, she'd bolt down the stairs as if she didn't want me to catch her watching. Then I started hearing her laugh. Not a friendly laugh, a cold, hysterical one. The kind that echoes and lingers in your head even after you wake up. Every time I looked toward the sound, I'd see her peeking from behind corners and then vanishing. It wasn't until the last few minutes of the dream that I saw her clearly, and this part still makes my skin crawl. She called me by my real name. Then I realized she had a two-way mirror attached to her face. She was using it to disguise herself as a small mirror in the comfort room I used to go into. It was like she had been there the whole time, watching and waiting. Right before she ran off again, she looked straight at me through the mirror and said my name and laughed that same horrible laugh. Then I woke up. My dad had just walked into the room, and I was wide awake in an instant. And here's the thing. I was home alone all day, and everyone else was out working. And here's where it gets even more unsettling. Years ago, in the same room, I experienced my first and only sleep paralysis episode, and it was terrifying. And during today's nap, I happened to be sleeping in the exact same corner of the room where that happened. I haven't had sleep paralysis since then, but the vividness of this dream and the way the woman seemed to know me and the fact that she used my real name, I don't know, felt like more than just a dream. I'm not usually superstitious, but I can't shake the feeling that something was off. I don't like hanging out with my parents, but now I'm feeling paranoid like I shouldn't be staying in that room at all. Anybody ever experienced something like this? A recurring presence or dreams connected to old sleep paralysis episodes? I've definitely had people refer to me by my name in my own dream before. I can tell you that much. Mom, sister, and I all saw the same ghost on different occasions in our house. All of us, this happened years ago. Can't remember exactly when, but I know that I was around 8 or 9 years old when this stuff happened, and I'm 26 now. So my mother, my sister, and myself all experienced some weird stuff with a figure that looked like me and my sister. We're a couple of years apart, but everybody always thought that we were twins. We looked pretty similar. I'll start with my experience because it happened first, if I can recall correctly. For some unnecessary context. I do love some unnecessary context. When I lived in my old house, my grandma, my mom's mom, lived right next door to us. Like it would take less than 30 seconds to walk to my grandma's house from ours. We would frequently walk over there just to see her and hang out, and go over there to play games on her computer. Anyways. One day I'm cleaning the house, and I was deeply focused on wiping something. But I heard my sister in the bathroom. She flushed the toilet. Then I saw, the bathroom light turn off. I saw her walk from the bathroom into our shared bedroom out of my peripheral vision. A couple of minutes went by, and I needed her for something, so I yelled for her. She didn't answer. I yelled for her again with no answer. Finally, I went into her room, and it was empty. At first, I figured she had come back out of the bedroom, and I just didn't see her. So I went to my mom's room to ask her where my sister was. My heart sank when she said, "She's at your Grammy's house. Why?" I asked how long she'd been there, and she said she'd been there for probably an hour now. It definitely hadn't been an hour since I saw her walk into her room, and I then asked my mom if my mom, was just in mine and my sister's bathroom, which would have been weird because she has her own bathroom in her own room, but she said no. I immediately started crying after that. The next encounter was my sister's. I'm going to try and explain it kind of from her experience. She was playing in her toy room by herself, and I had walked into the room, and she didn't turn around but saw me walk in through the reflection of the mirror she was facing. I grabbed something out of the dresser, and she asked me if I wanted to play with her, and I said, "Yeah, but I have to do something first." She says, "Okay," and continued playing. A long time had passed, and I hadn't come back, so she went to look for me, and she found me asleep next to my mom in her bed. She got upset and said something like, "You said you would come play with me. Why did she come in here and go to sleep?" My mom was kind of confused and said, "When did she say that?" My sister said, "I don't know, a little bit ago." My mom nonchalantly said, "Well, I don't know when she would have said that, baby. She's been asleep in here for hours, and she doesn't feel good, remember?" She then argued with my mom back and forth until she was blue in the face. Then I'd come into her playroom and grabbed something out of the dresser and told her I was going to play with her, although I'd actually been asleep in the bed with my mom for hours because I was sick. A couple of weeks later, she couldn't stop thinking about what had happened, so she decided to look in the dresser to see if anything was missing. She couldn't remember 100%, but she could have sworn a specific picture of the three of us was in that drawer. We all looked everywhere for that picture, and we never found it. Finally, my mom's experience. This is the creepiest one in my opinion because of the eeriness and the circumstances of it all. One day, my sister and I were playing in the living room with my mom. She went to use her bathroom. She was in there for a minute, and while we were playing on the floor, we heard her say our names, and she said, "Stop it." And while laughing a little bit, we looked at each other confused and yelled to her, "Stop what?" She responded with, "I can see you messing with me, stop it." And again, lighthearted and laughing, we were still confused, so we asked her what she was talking about, since we were literally sitting in the living room playing on the floor together. She called back, "Get off the chair." So right next to the entrance of mine and my sister's bathroom, there was a chair that was like a long seat that you could put your feet up on. Sometimes, when my mom would use her bathroom, my sister and I would stand on the arm of the chair and poke our heads into the bathroom door to mess with her. So it looked like our heads were floating up, Scooby-Doo style. We would mess with her and scare her by doing this sometimes, but we weren't doing it this time. We were both sitting next to each other in the floor. Probably on it. We walked over to the bathroom and told her that we were standing on the chair. She told us she 100% saw one of us poking our heads into the frame of the door multiple times to try and scare her. We promised we'd been sitting on the living room floor the entire time, and my mom freaked. All three of us talked about these experiences, like once my sister and I became adults. We reminisced and relived the stories multiple times. The stories were all the same every time. Once we were older, we concluded that there was either a spirit that was a mimic that could not only sound like my sister and me, but could also take on the form of our bodies. Or it was the spirit of a miscarried child that my mom never had, and she was just growing up alongside of us. What do you guys think? Sweet dreams.